And we're back. We're back. And I have been listening while I've been running around doing the dorm move-in today. And let me tell you what, it is delicious. Have you guys been watching it? Have you been watching it on another channel? Have you been braving it out there in the wild of law and crime? It's crazy. This is good. This is good stuff. This is comedy gold. You're gonna love it. You're gonna want to get your word salad emojis ready. You're gonna want to get your sigh emojis ready, a little nope, some Twilight Zone stuff. We're going to hear about a conspiracy. We're going to hear about what Telles, because now his name is Telles. It's been Telles the whole time. He's the first one to tell us what he thinks happened, who conspired against him, what the meaning of the conspiracy is, and I'm here for it. And I mean, I was listening to him. We have learned. He admitted to the worldwide audience of YouTube and Law and Crime, Court TV, Boss Baby wears lifts in his shoes. And that's why he didn't wear fancy shoes to the office. And he's going to take his shoes off and he's going to show them to us. He's going to show us the lifts in his shoes. And that's his excuse for buying cheap sneakers. Because you can't get lifts in there unless you get the cheap shoes. I mean, this guy is driving the bus. He's calling the shots. I mean, at this point, Draskovich is nothing more than a figurehead. He's really just a figurehead. Telles is calling all the shots. He's running the defense. And this is going to be a lesson in law school for students who want to become criminal attorneys, defense attorneys, what not to let your client do. But in my opinion, he's totally uncontrollable. No shade at all to Draskovich. He's doing the best he can with what he's got, which is not a lot. And or I think, my opinion is that behind the scenes, Boss Baby is telling him exactly what to do. At this point, I'm like curious about whether Boss Baby is going to get up and deliver the closing. Because yes, I'm just a girl in the world. You know it. Comedy gold. It is comedy gold. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Remember also, keep this in mind. We listened, because we did yesterday's stream this morning, and we listened to him talk about his background for like 20 minutes, right? He used to be in IT. Okay, keep that in mind. He was in IT. So when he starts talking about all this electronic evidence, about how it's not accurate, he knows how to get the metadata off a photograph. He knows how to get the location to not come up in the metadata. He's an IT guy, right? Mama She been waiting all day for this. I've been watching it behind the scenes, and I was just like, it's nuts. So should we start from the beginning, or should we start from like where it is live right now and then go back to the beginning? I'm here for you, so I'll do whatever you want. But maybe we should do it in order, because this morning he does some more narration for us. It's like bedtime stories by Boss Baby, except for there's no happy. They're more like the Grimm's fairy tales. They're pretty grim, but boy, does he think that he was framed and that there was a conspiracy. I mean, he is really trying to get. Okay, we'll do it from the beginning. Okay, cool. He really wants you and me and the jury and the worldwide audience to believe that he was framed. This is a conspiracy. And I heard who I've been calling Jimmy Smits. You guys had another actor to play Chris Hamner, right? Or Hamner? Who was the other actor that you guys said he reminds you of? All right, this camera's like a little bit wonky right now. Just gotta fix it. Chris Hamner. Who did you say besides Jimmy Smits? There was another actor that you had in mind to play him in our fake movie version, or our fake, as such, miniseries. Oh, this is backwards. It's backwards. I'm a mess today. I'm a mess. I'm an emotional mess. I'm an emotional mess. One of my twins is going to be a college freshman. I'm a mess. But right now, I have time with you. So let me just, where did I put that other screen? The other screen disappeared on me. Where'd it go? Here it is. Come back to me. Come back to me, baby. So weird when I don't have my regular equipment. I don't have all my stuff. And I got to do this. Put this window to the right, this window to the left. I'm getting the hang of it. I mean, I'm no IT genius like Boss Baby, but when he starts trying to make all these but excuses about how he doesn't know anything and all this electronic data must have been planted and the pictures on the phone, it is crazy. It's crazy. So thanks for waiting for me. Thanks for waiting for me, Mama She. Let's dive into it. What's it about? Oh, Mark, really? You coming in? You coming in late on the game on this one, huh? This is about a guy who looks like Boss Baby, the cartoon, who was nicknamed Boss Baby by his employees because they alleged that he had a toxic workplace and he was having an inappropriate relationship with a woman in the office. They had backseat meetings, and these employees surreptitiously actually videotaped these meetings, and we see both of them getting out of the backseat of her car. He was a public official, a politician. He was an attorney. He was the public administrator of Clark County, Nevada, in Sin City, Las Vegas. And what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. And there was so these women in the office who thought he had this toxic workplace and they were being discriminated against, and you know, the fact they kept complaining to the county, but the county wouldn't listen to them. So then they got this investigative reporter, Jeff Gehrman, who was like 44 years. His career was 44 years long. I was like 69 years old. He had reported on organized crime figures like Tony the Ant Spilotro, who was played by Joe Pesci in the 1995 movie Casino. He was used to dealing with dangerous people, but he had never met anybody like Boss Baby before, because these women, finally somebody's listening to them. Jeff Gehrman was like, oh, I'll listen to you. I'll write a story about this. And he wrote a story about it. And it wasn't very flattering to Boss Baby. And in fact, Boss Baby would go on Twitter to rant about how Jeff Gehrman ruined his marriage, his career, his bid for re-election. And he started writing these stories. Jeff Gehrman did, this decedent, RIP, May of 2022. And on September 2nd of 2022, Jeff Gehrman was tragically stabbed to death by a perpetrator who was wearing a giant straw hat, one witness called cheap Nike sneakers from Ross or what did he say? TJ Maxx or Ross? Maybe Marshalls or Ross. And there's video surveillance of this perpetrator in an orange reflective shirt, long pants, gloves, and these cheap sneakers. And also, not just that, but a car, like a maroon colored Yukon Denali that looks just like Boss Baby's wife's car, was spotted in the area because these cops, this law enforcement, Las Vegas Metro PD, props to them because they did a proper investigation. They went out and they got ring camera footage all around from the neighbors of Jeff Gehrman. They got it for days leading up to it. And they see the same Yukon Denali in the same area of Jeff Gehrman's neighborhood in his house. And then, lo and behold, they release a video to the public. And they say the video of the surveillance of this perpetrator wearing this crazy outfit, which coincidentally looks a lot like the same outfit that the sewer workers were wearing that were working in Jeff Gehrman's neighborhood around the same month. They released the video. And the person in the video has a very distinctive gait. The way they walk looks like perhaps they have a limp or a leg shortening, but it's a distinctive walk. And a real estate broker who used to work with Telles, but maybe they had some beef, we're not really sure, called in and said, I know who that is. I can tell by the sneakers and the way he walks and those cheap shoes. He said on the stand, maybe I'm a fashionista, Zach said, but I know that's Telles by the way he walks. As did other people say that, including a cameraman who recorded an interview with him, or a re-election commercial or something. So law enforcement starts looking at Telles, and they eventually get a search warrant for his house. And they find, lo and behold, in the couch, underneath the sofa, underneath the reclining portion of the sectional sofa, they find a cut-up sneaker that looks just like the sneaker the perp was wearing. Not only is it cut up, but it's cut up into like 100 pieces, put into a Ziploc bag, and then there's like half a sneaker next to it. And there's blood on the sneaker. They also find a cut-up giant straw hat, just like the one the guy's wearing in that video, or the perp, in a Sprouts bag, cut up in Telles's garage, on a tool bench, like behind some stuff, in a Sprouts bag, not a Stop and Shop bag, a Sprouts bag. Then they start looking at Telles's phone. They get his electronic records. He's got hundreds of pictures of Jeff German's house in his phone. Google Maps searches of Jeff German's home, searching around the area. It's a crazy story, but Boss Baby himself has been on the stand. He took the stand yesterday. We had a feeling he was going to testify. He fired 3 lawyers through the pendency of this case. He represented himself for a hot minute, which was fun to watch. We watched some of the pretrial on that. Now he's represented by a decent, I think he's pretty high-powered Las Vegas attorney, Robert Draskovich, who I feel kind of badly for because he's really got the short end of the stick here. So, of course, we knew, because Telles has been saying this whole time he wants to testify. And what is odd about this, strange, is that he's testifying in narrative fashion. So his attorney is not questioning him the way an attorney would normally question a defendant who takes the stand, like in a la Ashley Benefield or Alec Murdaugh. Oh no. Boss Baby is testifying in narrative fashion, which means he just gets to get up on that stand and just tell his story. And he has taken over. And the reason for this, in my opinion, is because I think his attorney perhaps wanted to resign. And the judge might have said, no, you can't. We're in the middle of trial. You can't quit. We're not going to let you be relieved. They call it being relieved as counsel. Another thing that often happens because an attorney is not allowed to suborn perjury, you can't put your client on the stand if you know your client or you have a good reason to believe your client might lie. One way to get around that, the suborning perjury issue, is to ask the judge, and you may even say to the judge in camera or in private, outside the presence of the other side, listen, judge, I'm in an ethical pickle here. I am in an ethical pickle. My client wants to testify. I have reason to believe that, it may not be 100% the truth. And I can't suborn perjury, Your Honor. Please, can we let him testify in a narrative fashion? The judge agreed to it. The other side agreed to it. So we saw him tell a whole lot of story yesterday. We're going to see some more of it today from this morning. And then we're going to see some cross-examination by Christopher Hamner, who is doing a fantastic job. I think he's still doing it. And this is Comedy Gold, and you're here for the commentary. I know you are, because I already got the lines. I got the lines ready because I've been watching this earlier today. So here we go. This is from this morning. This is in Las Vegas, so they are on Pacific time right now. Something to do with daylight savings, and I don't know. I don't know if they're always on Pacific time. I think they are. We had a big debate about it in the chat. They are on Pacific time right now. So here we're going to go. We're going to go back to this morning, and it's a good thing we're starting late because there was so much dead air this morning. So many breaks, so much dead air that we are going to watch it together. We are going to enjoy it. It's delicious. We're going to savor every moment. And somebody came in the comments this morning and said, Melanie, you're not really being fair to this defendant. You're usually like so nice to the defendant. You treat everyone with such respect, and you're supposed to be so classy and everything. And I don't really think that you're treating this defendant like in a classy way. And to that I say, what do you guys think? I mean, I don't know. Sometimes we have to make each other laugh. Otherwise, we're just going to cry. So maybe for the beginning of this, we'll watch this with an open mind. And we'll say, maybe he really is being framed. Maybe he really is being genuine when he talks about this. Maybe somebody cut up that hat and hid it in his garage. And maybe they did the same thing with that shoe. And maybe Compass Realty really did kill Jeff German just so that Rob Telles wouldn't win the re-election. Maybe somebody hacked his phone and put all those pictures in there, but maybe not. Oh, this is so good. This is so good. It's our palate cleanser trial. We needed something. After Karen Reed and Ashley Benefield, and we found it. This is it. This is it. Right. Sometimes you just can't help it. People rub you the wrong way. I know. It's crazy, right? So here we go. Back to this morning when, and here's another interesting thing, and it's going to happen again. I pointed this out this morning about yesterday. They put him on the stand before the jury comes in the room. Why? So the jury can't see the way he walks to make their own determination about whether he does have that distinctive gait that they saw in the video. So they couldn't see how tall he is, because he's going to talk about how tall he is. And I think he made a typo, or he misspoke, because he says he's 6'5", and there's no way he's 6'5", maybe 5'5". Nobody corrected him, though. But anyway, here we go. Let's enjoy. I bring to you from Sin City, Las Vegas, the defendant on the stand, Robert Telles. And here comes Judge Michelle Leavitt, our mashup of Cyndi Lauper, Betsey Johnson, and 90s Madonna, all the best parts, with the voice of Megan Mullally's character, Karen Walker, from Will and Grace. Enjoy.
Have your order be seated, please.
Okay. You can bring the panel in. We can put the witness back on the stand and you can bring the panel in.
See, she says, you can bring the witness back on the stand and then bring the panel in. That never happens. Never happens. The jury is seated. They say, call your next witness. They say, we call Michael Proctor to the stand. And then Michael Proctor walks in the courtroom and gets up there. But she said, yeah, you can put him on the stand first. Thanks, Gen X chick. Says his arrest record clearly states that he was 5'9" and 170. Yeah. I don't think he's shackled. I love the judge too. Thank you, Pebbles Love. No spoilers. All right, so they're going to bring the jury in. We're going to get to FF through a lot of this, which is great. I mean, tell me he doesn't look like Boss Baby with his hopeful eyes. His eyes are so hopeful. He's like, please. All right, so in the gallery, this is Lauren from True Crime. Look, Hidden True Crime. What's the name of their channel? Hidden True Crime. Look at that beautiful top she has on. To the right to our right of Lauren is Matt from Core TV, and this woman to the left of her on our screen is a local Las Vegas reporter whose name escapes me at the moment. Today the courtroom's packed because everyone knew from yesterday that he's on the stand, and this is like nobody wants to miss it, so it's packed. Poor Draskovich, look at his face. He's just like, I can't even believe this is me today. He looks good. He's got a nice suit on. He's just like.
Stipulate to the presence of the jury panel and the defense.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Lauren. Please be seated.
Please remain standing. Raise your right hand so we can Mr. Theo.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Robert Telles. First name is Robert, R-O-B-E-R-T. Last name is Telles, T-E-L-L-E-S.
Okay. You make it.
Yes, I'm at an undisclosed location, dropping one of my twins off at freshman year of college, and I'm very upset about it. Gina says Gina was having an argument with her cousin today. She's convinced he's being set up. I would love to hear some argument for the other side. I would love it. So let's keep an open mind. Let's think maybe he is being set up. Maybe he is. But you'll see during cross that he just Hamner obliterates his theory. So I'll stop talking.
Continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. And again, with respect to Compass Realty's motives, I wanted to show you a probate court video. I'd like to see if we could share that.
This is going to be D3, and it's not been admitted yet.
You objected, Your Honor, on this matter. Obviously, you're.
So right away, there's objections. He's been in custody for almost 2 years, since about September 5th, maybe September 7th of 2022. And exactly, Mama Shi. So if he's not shackled, why not walk him in front of the jury? I don't know. And I'm dying to know. And I mean, they know he's in custody. They know he's been in custody. They know he's on trial for murder. I mean, being shackled wouldn't even be prejudicial, I don't think. Being walked up, being escorted up by an officer, I don't think would be prejudicial. Because, I mean, they know.
Panel.
He's been talking about it.
So it will be admitted. It will go back with the jury panel. However, I'm not going to allow you to publish.
Okay. So when you do go back, if you could please review that video.
I needed to laugh today,
I would
Jennifer. Thank you
I'd like
all.
to ask if, getting back to where we were yesterday, if I could ask that we please share, well, first of all, I'd like to share a picture of the killer's pants. I believe it is a zoomed in version of one of the videos that was provided by the state.
I know. We get to have popcorn at home, John Little.
We have it.
Yeah, we have the photo, we have the thumb drive.
I have it on my computer as well.
Okay, this is a still from the surveillance video I was telling you about of the perp. He wants the jury to see the perp's pants.
It's clearer if we do it this way.
Okay,
As
and
been
it's
previously
exhibit.
committed. Yes.
It states exhibit, just for the record.
What are they trying to show?
It's
The
it's
state
the PIO,
exhibit
it's
that's
the
been
lowest.
admitted, I just,
It's
before
the
you
lowest.
publish.
Yes.
What was the number of flash drive?
It's
Oh,
also-
the flash drive?
Correct, we addressed it yesterday.
Okay,
It's also the flash drive that they gave us money as well.
that's going to be court's indulgence, state's exhibit 338.
There's 338.
338, and you may publish.
Forensics, Harmony. Forensics. Imagine. I'm here for it, MAGA Snacker. I'm here for the bloodbath.
What were we trying to do? Just that picture. I
I'm
don't
just
see.
zooming in.
A lot of dead air this morning. If you know, you know. You're probably mad because you were watching it.
Yes, you have this item. Yes. Like, it's- So, let's just close it.
I'd like to,
This courtroom has an overhead projector, which has also been acting up. But in this today, he's got his attorney, who's probably very highly paid. I don't know what his hourly rate is, but I imagine it's north of $1,000 an hour. He has his attorney being his like lackey boy at the overhead projector. It's weird. He likes being the boss, hence his nickname, Boss Baby.
show the two.
Publishing to the jury exhibit A.
I'd like to show the two, my jeans versus the killer's pants.
Mhm.
I personally don't believe that they look the same.
Objection, his opinion is irrelevant.
Right, sustained.
So he has his lawyer put the gloves on, hold up his jeans. I'm going to rewind this because this is delicious. And he says to the jury, my opinion is these don't look like the jeans or the pants that the perpetrator is wearing in the screen grab from the surveillance video.
To my jeans versus the killer's pants. I personally don't believe that they look the same.
Objection, his opinion is irrelevant.
Right,
I
sustained.
personally don't believe they look the same.
And I'd like to also note that none of my other pants, jeans, or anything else were taken from my home on the day of the search.
Here's the thing, sir, counselor, defendant, you were not arrested on the day of the murder, were you? No. They didn't search your house on the day of the murder, did they? No. It was days later. This is completely irrelevant, highly improper that he's allowed to talk about his opinion, and that was a good objection that was sustained because it's my opinion. These are the jeans I was wearing when I was arrested. They didn't seize, they didn't take any of my other pants. If that's the best you got, we're in for a long morning, afternoon, evening, night.
As a result of my jeans being taken from me that day, I was put into that paper suit.
The paper suit.
And you've seen the photo of the paper suit. And the room was cold. I asked, well, when I attempted to have the temperature adjusted, there was no help there. So I spent the day freezing in that paper suit. There, I'm sorry.
Listen to him tell us how horrible this has been for him. He was put in a paper suit. Don't you know who I am? They put me in a paper suit, and there was no help when I asked them to make it warmer. I was freezing all day. Do you hear the inconvenience in his voice? How he was so inconvenienced? It's all about him.
There were various things that were done to, I believe, break me. I had conveyed concern all along about my family. And as time went on during this detention, interrogation, whatever, I learned of various things that I believe would tend to, and did for me, break someone's spirit.
Law enforcement was trying to break my spirit during this interrogation. Listen to how poorly they treated me. Don't they know who I am? I was elected to serve as public administrator of Clark County, damn it. This is crazy.
I was informed that all of my vehicles were being taken away. And this was early in this interrogation. This was before they supposedly found a shoe, that they were taking all my vehicles away.
You know when Karen Reed's vehicle was seized? Well, we're not really sure the right time because they lied about it. But something like 9 hours, maybe 9 hours after Officer John O'Keefe's body was found, Karen Reed's vehicle was seized without a warrant. You had, I don't know what, 5 days. Imagine that. All his vehicles were seized.
Made no sense to me.
It made no sense to him.
When I wanted to reach out to talk to my family, to try to put them at ease, I was denied the ability to make any phone calls. When I wanted to speak to an attorney, I was denied the ability to talk to an attorney.
That's not true.
It was my understanding that my rights were being suspended because I was not arrested. I was just being detained. Later.
Now he's talking about his understanding of the law, which is also improper. But here's the thing. Give a person enough rope, they're going to hang themselves. Give a person a big enough shovel, they're going to dig a hole that is like, a big hole. They're going to dig a big hole. People this morning have been asking repeatedly, why aren't they objecting? Why aren't they? Let him go. Let him go. Because the more he says, the more he opens doors, the more he gives them to work with on cross-examination, and the more, in my opinion, he buries himself. I was just being detained. They wouldn't let me call my lawyer. They put me in a paper suit and it was cold. How dare they?
Again, detectives took advantage, I believe, of my feelings for my family by referring to them over and over. And, it was a lot.
It was a lot. What do you think it was like for Jeff Gehrman's family friend?
Then all that finished. They were finished with the search. And they took me back home. And the media was outside my house. And somebody followed me all the way to my garage door with a microphone in hand. She, if I'd say chasing me per se, but she was walking pretty briskly all the way up to my house. And well, that was, I'm sure, her right. I wasn't. It didn't help the situation. To know that the media had been tipped off and they were swarming around the house.
The media had been tipped off and they were swarming around the house. Do you hear the voices in his head telling him he's back? He sounds paranoid. The media was tipped off. Everyone's out to get him. Right. Everyone's out to get him, Amy Lou. Everyone's out to get him.
Then I walked into the house, and what I saw hit me even harder. like to share the photos of my house after Metro finished their search. I think it's A2 to maybe S2.
Look what law enforcement did to my house during the search warrant. Look what a mess they left it. This is the purpose of these photos.
A2 through I2. Yes, A2 through I2.
Okay, their sound is off, so let's fast
If you
forward.
wouldn't mind, could you take maybe 10 seconds of photo and flip them for me? Thank you, sir.
Do you want to see the photos? Is that what you're asking?
Well, I guess maybe, but when we publish them, if you could publish them for about 10 seconds apiece. And I'm what I'm concerned about, I'm publishing are the photos of the inside of my home
They are.
and what,
Yes.
so, thank you, sir.
I got to tell you, this happens during every search warrant. They don't put your
A2.
stuff back together. They don't put your stuff back.
This is what I walked into in my house starting.
This is A2A1.
All right.
Mhm.
Okay, I know the similar looking photo?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you done with this photo?
Yes, sir.
All right.
That's the Kinks, Ray Davies. Paranoia,
B2.
self-joya. Great tune. Remember what Rex Tierman's house looked like after that search warrant was executed?
Coincidentally, I was led to believe that they were not going to make a mess of my house.
They told me they weren't going to make a mess of. They led me to believe they weren't going to make a mess of my house, and look what they did. Look what they did to me.
This is C2.
That is true. SiegeBot. SiegeBot says,
This is D2.
there's an argument to be made that the police don't have much respect for person or property when they have warrants, but I'm not feeling motivated to argue this for him. But I will say that you are right. You were correct about that. They don't put stuff back. Oh, here come the sniffles. This is Trooper Paul's IQ 76. I mean, look, in all fairness, we don't know what the house looked like before that. So, I mean, but again, they don't put the stuff back.
This is F2. This is G2.
Oh, is he sniffling? He's sniffling. Is he sniffling because his stuff is a mess? He's not sniffling for Jeff German's demise, right? He's sniffling because his house is a mess.
Two.
Okay, now I've seen it all. Sponsored by Kleenex.
This is I2.
And now he's sobbing. He's sobbing.
And this is J2.
Mary, I think the purpose of this
Sitting
is
on
to
the floor in our
show.
bedroom in the middle of this mess. And
Wait, I gotta
So-
take that back because I didn't hear the first part of what he said. He had to go home in the paper suit to this mess. And the purpose of this is, well, he's driving the bus now. The defendant is driving the bus. This is now his case. He's on the stand. He's going to do whatever he wants. I think it's to show that they victimized him.
sitting on the floor in our bedroom in the middle of this mess. And
Who is?
sitting on the floor in our bedroom in the middle of this mess.
I don't know who's sitting on the floor in the bedroom in the middle of this mess because they cut out the sound of that part. I don't know if it was one of his daughters. I don't know if it was his wife.
And so this for me was, the thing that just broke me.
That's what broke him.
I'm sorry. I knew I didn't do this thing, and yet the police claim to have this evidence. They did what they did to me, and I have a $1 million life insurance policy. I didn't want my family to have to go through more torture. And so I don't know what I was thinking, but I thought, you know what, if I can avoid the pain that they're going to suffer during this whole circus, some money into their hands to make up for me not being there, then maybe this is the thing to do. But it was, I'm not guilty. I didn't kill Mr. Gurman.
Okay. All right. We got to break that down. I'm not guilty. I didn't kill Mr. Gurman. That's the last thing he said. $1 million in life insurance. He looked around the house. He saw it was a mess. He realized the only solution here would be to take his own life, because that way his family could at least get $1 million out of this and all the hassle that he's caused them. So he's saying, remember, they had an expert witness testify that just because a person attempts to take their own life, it doesn't necessarily mean consciousness of guilt. Could mean they're looking for attention. It could mean that they have other issues, like they're being accused of murder and they really did murder someone. But he's going to say that he decided that he was going to take his own life because that way they would get life insurance. Actually, Los Angeles Thoroughly, you can. There's usually a grace period. There's usually a waiting period from the time you first take out your policy. Let's say it's, I don't know, every policy is different. Could be a year, could be 2 years. But after that, that option is usually off the table, as such it were. Okay.
But as you can see, I attempted suicide. And SWAT came in and pulled me out and put me into that ambulance. Detective Jappy came into the ambulance, and when he came to the ambulance, he came in to extract a confession from me. It was conveyed that if I would just plead guilty, that
Sustained.
and
He's looking at the jury like, feel sorry for me. I know that's hearsay. I'm not allowed to say it. But Chappie came in there. He wasn't trying to pretend to be my friend like he said, like he told you. He was trying to extract a confession out of me. Because remember, he was stuck in the bathtub and they had a SWAT team was there. They had to get him out. Somebody was in the chat one day who lives in like a block over and said that it was insane what happened that night with the SWAT team. The whole neighborhood was abuzz. It was crazy. Take that back a second, because now Jappy is one of the people involved in the conspiracy to frame him.
And when he came to the ambulance, he came in to extract a confession from me. It was conveyed that if I would just plead guilty, that
Sustained.
and in response, I said that I'm innocent, but I don't want my family to go through this. This thing that's going to happen. I guess what I said exactly was, I know that I would prove I'm innocent at trial, but I don't want my family to go through the pain.
I knew that I would prove I'm innocent at trial. Well, how's that working out for you so far? We'll see. We'll see what the jury thinks. Maybe the jury thinks he's totally being framed. Maybe they know better than we do. The political climate in Clark County, and they know that he was a scapegoat for all of the crime that was going on with the real estate agents buying up these houses at auction and then, destroying the kitchens and then flipping them for a profit. Maybe some locals are in the chat that know better than we do.
And I wish that I had the audio to prove that to you, but apparently it doesn't exist.
Jappy didn't tape. Sigh emojis.
I'm not certain how we ended up leading off with Mr. Gurman's the response to Mr. Gurman's request for the messages between me and Roberta, the emails and the Microsoft Teams. The production of those items that were given to or that they were going to give to Mr. Gurman, it's a lot. I think it's probably hundreds of pages. So I think we were trying to see whether or not we could produce them electronically so that you could review those messages for yourself and see whether or not they're a motive for murder.
Great, let's see him.
Your approach, please.
This is going to come back to bite him because there's like something like hundreds of pages, 20 pages of text messages, of Teams messages. And he's like, I have no problem letting them into evidence.
Okay, it's my understanding, based on the representations, that that exhibit will be created and it will be marked and admitted after it's created. The state's going to put all those, I guess, communications onto a drive and it will be admitted.
Thank you. Well, and this is my understanding they already produced that item. I don't know if we can make sure that what they're producing is.
It will be provided to you shortly.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You're
Okay.
going to review it.
He's the boss of his lawyer now. Hilarious. Oh,
I-
sorry,
I'd
my
like
UK
to
viewers. I know
share
it's late.
a photo of my Yukon that was taken at the police impound in their garage. It's 02.
Okay,
That again was taken by the police at the garage.
this is good. So if you were dozing off, pay attention just for a few because I know you guys in the UK, it's late. But here's his explanation for why his car is not the car in the surveillance video.
If you will note, my Yukon doesn't have worn paint around the windshield like the killer's does. I'd like to note that I am in jail. I don't have access to Photoshop this photo so that to remove any alleged paint. Worn
I don't have access to Photoshop in jail.
paint. I don't also have Photoshop to modify the picture that Mr. Mogg took that shows allegedly that there was worn paint on my car. I'll also note for you, just because, you know, the way that courts work and building records, that the doors on my car do lock and unlock. They do open, they do work. If someone were to open my car door, the visor, it works. It flips up, it flips down. So at any
Okay.
point, at any time.
Okay. So the visor works because remember in the video that both visors were down, which we surmised was a little unusual. Maybe somebody was trying to hide. Is this the Sally port or is this his garage? Is the Sally port of the police station? Interesting. And is this inverted, this video? Is this the driver's side or the passenger side? Because now I don't trust anything that anybody ever shows about a Sally port video.
Time, anyone could have opened the car door, flipped it up, flipped up my visor, flipped it down, even just prior to Mr. Mogg taking his photos. And so that's what I've got for that photo. Thank you very much. The cameras that are in the corner of my house, I did install those on September 5th after my wife and I heard what we thought was a gunshot in the neighborhood. If, you know, and I think that it'd be pretty easy to, you know, well, I know that I said that to Detective Gaddis in my interview. And also it was previously discussed that those cameras were not there during the surveillance on the 1st. So Mr. Mogg would not have found videos for the 2nd, for the 3rd, for the 4th. Personally, I believe that when there's no videos for all those days, I'm not sure how it could be so.
Sustained.
Sure, no problem.
Testify regarding your observations.
Of course, Your Honor.
Oh man, my freeze game is on point. Look at Draskovich. He's like, he's posed well. Now he's got the boss baby pose because it's kind of contagious. We did a lot of this during the first days of the trial, and he was just watching. He's like, what the actual F is going on here? What in the name of the traveling Mary have I gotten myself into? He's like, no problem, Your Honor.
Like that, sir? Is that okay? Okay, thank you. And so I believe both, well, I mean, I can't tell you what other people testified to, but I will say that that day on September 2nd at 8:50 a.m., I did make a text message from my house.
Do you make a text message? Do you make a text message from your house? This is the day of the murder, because this is what he's saying. 8:50 a.m. He makes a text message from his house.
And I did not leave my house. And I'm just going to hit this one point really quickly. Through 9:10 a.m. at the very earliest. Okay. As I testify later, it was much later that I left my home, but again, that's, I believe, an important point.
But you already testified that it was
8:50
different?
sent a text message, 9:10 I was still home. Now, I would like to share, if I may, R2, I believe, I'm not sure if that's been admitted by stipulation or not. These are the tweets that I made that had any reference to Mr. Gurman.
It's not yet been admitted.
It's marked as
R2.
The state had produced a Twitter file that was not in, your typical web browser format. And so when we went to review this is how those tweets came up.
any objection.
No objection.
It's admitted, and you may.
How are they keeping a straight face, those prosecutors?
So
There we go. Here's his
you'll notice
spreadsheet.
that you heard about that tweet where I talked about where I joked about hearing rustling in the trash.
I'm going to speed him up just a little bit. And when it gets good, I'll slow it down. But he's got, we can't see these exhibits because they're being shown on an overhead projector. And so we can't really see them anyway, but let's speed him up a little bit.
Just a dig at Mr. Gurman, and that was the one that's listed on
Right.
6, where I joked about hearing rustling.
The tweets.
You heard about that tweet where I talked about where I joked about hearing rustling in the trash. Just a dig at Mr. Gurman, and that was the one that's listed on 6. I believe that's 6:18 at about 7 at almost 8 in the morning. You don't see the other tweets because for whatever reason when they produced this document, they didn't produce replies embedded in it. So, but that's the same one. And you see that my last tweet regarding Mr. Gurman is on 6:19. And there I say, at J Gurman RJ at Review Journal. Actually, it wasn't lashing out so much as making sure that you finish the story about the website and maybe poking a little fun. Winky face emoji. I had created, and you'll see that.
Winky face emoji. How many men in the chat have ever said those 3 words together? Winky face emoji. Please tell me now.
As has already been admitted, I created this portion of my campaign website that talked about the stuff that was different things I disputed. And so I wanted to draw attention to that. So that's why I go to Mr. Gurman into that a little bit. At the same time, actually June 16th, I had sent a text message to a friend who had reached out to me because he was, he just wanted to check in on me. And on the 16th, I conveyed to him that it's all good. I'm not actually mad at it. At this point, I was over it.
I'm not mad at you, Jeff Harriman. It's all good. It's all good. No worries.
I'm happy to move on. And I said, although, Gurman says he's going to do a 3rd article, one about the website. I don't give a damn. LOL. I don't know. That's something that we can, thank you, sir, that we can.
You don't give a damn that he's going to write a 3rd article on you? Ruin your life, your marriage, your career even more? LOL.
Admit this text message. If we may, or if you could present it for admission.
This is he wishes to offer. We can make this as a public exhibit.
Yes. This is going to be J3.
He's like, get up there, tech boy. Put my thing up on make yourself useful.
So you can see the content of there again. 3 days before I sent that
We can't
that
see
last tweet. So again, there were never any messages where I would threaten Mr. Gurman. I'm certain that if there were, they would have been produced. Thank you, sir. The way that I handle things is I figure out ways to do things.
What do you want
legal.
from me?
And I'll discuss that in a little bit as to what I was doing.
We'd like to know all about you.
Your Honor, may I just stand up for one moment to
Here.
show the jury why I didn't wear name brand shoes at the office?
Why I didn't wear name brand shoes at the office. If you haven't been paying attention, come, children, gather round the screen right now. Gather round. He's gonna tell us, with the court's indulgence, why he didn't wear name brand shoes at the office. This is going to be the most replayed part of this video.
Just for a moment, and
You just want to stand up?
right where I'm at.
Yes.
Okay. So, I don't know if you notice the height difference. I wear lifts in my shoes. I'm about 6'5.5", and
You're not 6'5.5", and this is where I kind of got like, I rebounded this like 3. I'm like, why does nobody correct him? He's not 6'5.5". You might notice the height difference. Well, first of all, you're standing on a platform because the witness chair is usually elevated in a courtroom. But what do you mean you might notice the height difference? They've never seen you walk to and fro the defense table to the stand. They don't know you personally. Listen, I think he's 5'5". I think he misspoke.
I wear lifts in my shoes. I'm about 6'5.5", and call it a vanity thing, right? I just wanted to feel a little taller. And so, if I may just demonstrate why this is important.
Watch, wait, I got to move the closed captions. It's a vanity thing. He just wanted to feel a little taller. He identifies as being 6'5", and that's okay. We're here for it. He's going to show us the shoe now.
These shoes that have built-in lifts, they're designed in a certain way where they don't slip off a person's foot when you're wearing them. Right? You can see how this is so elongated because there's a lift in here. Right? So you can't put, it's not, from when I've tried, I could not put a lift in a name brand shoe because that shoe would slip right off. There's not enough of the back of this, once that lift's in there, in order to grab a hold of your foot. So essentially, I'd be kicking my shoes off every time I walk. So, I never wore, again, any type of name brand shoe at the office. And I think that's something that'll likely be discussed at closing.
What?
And how that's relevant.
What? So I never wear name brand shoes at the office? Okay. He's not 6'5". I think he meant 5'5". That's what I think. Because if he was 5'8" or 5'9", he wouldn't have said 6'5". Because obviously he's got short man complex. Maybe. I mean, any man who feels like he needs to wear lifts in his shoes to as a vanity thing may have some self-image issues, right? What kind of shoes was it that OJ wore? Not Prada. Not Manolo. What? But then doesn't it make sense why he couldn't buy name brand Nikes? He had to buy the knockoffs. Isn't that helping him? Bruno Mali's. That's right. Thank you, Princess Miss, coming in. Bruno Mali's. You can't put lifts in Bruno Mali's. He's trying to defend his poor fashion sense, right? I think he was insulted when Zachary dissed him on the shoes. Yes, I think so. I think, Lisa, I think that's exactly what it is. Napoleon complex. And he's going to discuss it in closing. So I think maybe he thinks that he's going to give the closing. I'm so Tom Cruise. I was going to say that. Does Tom Cruise not wear name brand shoes? Really?
house. I did not cut up a shoe and hide it under my couch. I did not cut up a hat and put it in an open door of my toolbox.
Your face, sir, is the same face that we've been making about this. Thank you for validating us.
I did not kill Mr. Gurman, so I did not take a bag with my children's basketball and football out of the bin and use it during the commission of a murder. So, I didn't kill Mr. Gurman.
Well, if you say you didn't do it, then I guess not guilty. We're out of here. Do you guys believe him? Tell me if you believe him. He didn't kill Jeff Gurman. He didn't cut up a shoe and put it underneath his couch. He didn't cut up a hat and put it in his tool thing, his garage. And he certainly did not take his kid's bag and move their basketball and soccer ball to use the bag and then put it back together. He just didn't do that, okay? He didn't.
I guess, my next statement would have been arguments, so let me skip that.
Because you're not allowed to argue. He learned something yesterday and he's remembering it.
And I think my attorney has already kind of discussed with you.
He's playing Wordle. Draskovich is playing Wordle on his phone, watch. Or something.
We kind of discussed with you.
Look.
The
You can't make
deletion of
this
this
up.
body cam video.
I don't think it's delicious
guess
body
next I
cam
just
video.
wanna-
The closed caption's called the delicious body cam video. Wait.
Discuss with you the deletion of this body cam video.
Deletion of the body cam video.
I guess next I just want to share, I'm going to try to share some thoughts with you about the killer.
Some thoughts about the killer. Okay, so now
Um,
we're going to get his profile. He's going to share with us his thoughts about the killer. This has to be on regular speed because it's delicious. Here we go. He's going to share with them his thoughts about the killer. If you guys didn't see it this morning, I'm so happy to be bringing this to you for the first time in your life.
It was strange to me that the killer,
Objection, proper opinion.
I didn't get to hear, so.
It was strange to me that the killer.
What's the topic?
well, I wanted to talk about my observations about the killer.
No, you said opinions.
Testify about any facts and observations that you've made.
Observations that I made about the evidence that I reviewed, Your Honor.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. It was strange to me that the killer walked around the neighborhood.
Okay. Again,
It's hard.
facts and observations that you have made.
Right, and I was clarifying earlier that if I reviewed the evidence as provided to the state, but that's okay. I'll
Thank you.
I'll move on.
That's okay. You do me dirty, Judge. You do me dirty. That's okay. I'll move on. You're not allowed to talk about your opinions. Your opinions of the evidence. You're allowed to talk about the facts.
So I did not
Yes, Bob. He's testifying in the narrative.
make sure I get my order right here. So you saw a document with certain searches that said Jeff Gurman, Las Vegas, Jeff Gurman, Las Vegas, Rob 4NV, those type of things. I'd like, and my apologies, I should have actually sought this out earlier. I don't know if we can, it's a state's exhibit, if we can dig that up.
Dig it up.
It was a list of searches for Mr. Gurman.
Yeah, all the stuff that was found on your phone and your desktop computer, all the searches, the Google searches that you made that the Celebrate expert testified came from your phone, searching for Jeff Gurman, right? And using your desktop at work and the special program that they have for the county that allows you to search people up, those searches, explain them away, go.
That was provided by the state, a lump of Celebrate items.
Now you want us to find the exhibits for you? Yeah, all right. So this goes on for a
to
while.
get pushed. A lot of search results actually get pushed, or like pages get pushed up, is when people review or when people do a search and they visit a particular page based on the fact that they did these search terms, that would actually increase the ranking of the page. And so I'll explain. So for example,
He's gonna teach the jury, because remember, he was an IT guy. He knows how to do this. He wants to push his own website, denying all the things that Gehrman accused him of, to the top of the Google search page.
again, if you Google Rob Telles or
His room is
Jeffrey
ready.
Berman, Las Vegas, Rob for NV, then you go to my page and you find the page and you click it, then Google's going to say, okay, well, we're going to push this up, right? When people search, we're going to get it further up the chain. And so when I was doing these searches, you'll see, sir, is it?
I may approach.
You may.
Is
Exhibit.
State's Exhibit 356.
Draskovich is like, here, take it. Thank you, Penelope, for waiting for me.
Thank you.
Yeah, if you guys didn't get a
And,
notification, it's because I only set the time for this. Like, I set it for 4:20. You know, if you know, you know. I'm in a college town. What can I say? And it was less than an hour, like I had. So if you're late, welcome. Thank you, Penelope.
Sir, may I ask you to kind of go through this slowly on the Elmo, if you don't mind? If you don't mind, please.
Did you see this guy's face? Hamner's face.
Slowly on
Look
the
at him
Elmo,
rubbing his
if you
head.
don't mind. If you don't mind, please.
You may publish.
If I was trying to search for Mr. Gorman's personal information, I don't believe that I would repeatedly Google him over and over again. If you might focus, I don't know
If I did do it, here's how I would have done it, right? Didn't OJ write a book with that title? If I was going to search for him, that's not how I would have searched for him. Like Haas Long to Die in Cold.
you all can, if you might zoom in just a little bit more, if you don't mind, sir. So you
Speeding.
see that it starts off Jeff German, Las Vegas, 4 times. Then I added Jeff German, Las Vegas Public Administrator. And if you could flip that page, please, sir. And then from there, if you could go down just a little bit, if you don't mind, just so I can read the very top. Okay, Jeff German, Las Vegas Public Administrator again. I did that a few times. And then if you could, and again, so if I was trying to find his address, I would be putting Public Administrator in the same search.
Well, wait a second. He did say, I did this. Wait a minute. Didn't he just say I did do this? Hold on.
Just so I can read the very top. Okay, Jeff German, Las Vegas Public Administrator again. I did that a few times. And then if you could, and again, so if I was trying to.
I did that a few times, it says. So now, did he just admit that these are his Google searches? I did that a few times.
Find his address, I would be putting Public Administrator in the same search, right? If you could please flip that as well.
At least it says please.
So here I was trying to build a pattern. So next I searched Jeff German, Las Vegas, Rob for NV, which is my campaign website.
So he's admitting that he made these Google searches now? Okay. He's saying this is accurate, but the other Celebrate data where somebody hacked my phone, and that's when they put the pictures of Cameron's house there. Because I didn't do that, but I did do the Google searches. Okay.
All right, so later as I continued to research, I found out that the only thing I was going to do is bump the search result up on my own browser. But thank you, sir. So I ended up finding that there were paid services where
Bump it up.
you give them a credit card number and a certain amount of money to spend, and they have either one of 2 ways of doing it. They either have people in some other part of the country or the world manually typing in these search terms, from different spots to, and I guess it's, I don't know if you call it cheating to have somebody artificially pushing your website up, but I felt like, with what Rita Reid had done, that, if she was going to lie, that it was fair game for me to try to push my website up so that people could.
Oh, Rita Reid's a liar. He just called Rita Reid a liar. This is opening the door for Rita Reid being allowed to be called in. One of the women who accused him of discrimination and toxic workplace, all the stuff that wasn't allowed in. He's opening the door here. He's kicking it in. So I could cheat by hiring a company to bump my website to the top of the Google. Look at the way he's smiling about this. Look at this. Okay, that is freeze frame on point. Look at that. He's so proud. He's so proud of what he's doing. The pride is just oozing through. his expressions. Look, he's like, so this is how you know when he's proud of himself. Boss Baby did good. He smiles. Look at this creepy smile.
Manually typing in these search terms, from different spots to, and I guess it's, I
Smile.
don't know if you call it cheating to have somebody artificially pushing your website up, but I felt like, with what Rita Reid had done, that, if she was going to lie, that it was fair game for me to try to push my website up so that people could read the truth, right?
You could read the truth.
So
because
that
I tell
was
the
purpose
truth.
of those searches, but I never searched for Mr. Gurman's address.
Yes.
And yeah, I would think that if I had, you would see a landing page of some sort that actually showed it. I searched for his address. So when I saw the supposed searches where I supposedly looked for his car, you got to have a man's address when you're putting it into, at least from what they showed.
No.
That supposedly they found the car by way of his address. I didn't know his address.
No. You can find it by registrant's name. You can find it by license plate. You don't need a man's address to find his car. What is he talking about? Hold on.
You got to have a man's address when you're putting it into, at least from what they showed, that supposedly they found the car by way of his address. I didn't know his address. So, and again, and I think if you would have seen some landing page showing that I knew, I didn't know his address. Never been to his house. Didn't do a Google Maps search of him. And when it came to,
So you did
these
some of the searches, but not all of the searches. This is where he loses me. Either all of the data is inaccurate. You can't have some of the data accurate and some of the data not accurate. It just doesn't make any sense. He made some searches, but he didn't make others. And if I did do it, I wouldn't have done it this way. So therefore, I couldn't possibly have done it. That's his actual defense.
that are supposedly surveillance, I don't know why anyone would do that. And sit there and take 100 photos of different cars. I don't even understand what the purpose of that is. It's my understanding that surveillance means you
I don't understand why anyone would do that.
go tail a person, not sit there and snap off a bunch of pictures.
So they did their surveillance incorrectly?
And then there were these other items that the state had introduced, photos of articles, like screenshots of articles, screenshots
Higgins.
of the, was it Facebook messages, like a discussion that I had with John Cahill. And those are items that I was actually collecting for a lawsuit. And did you all bring a copy of that lawsuit?
Did y'all bring a copy of that lawsuit? Because I wasn't going to kill him. I was just going to sue him. That's why I needed his address. You hear this? I was going to sue him. That's why I needed his address. Listen up. Rewind.
Shots of the, was it Facebook messages, like a discussion that I had with John Cahill. And those are items that I was actually collecting for a lawsuit. And did you all bring a copy of that lawsuit?
Items I was
Lawsuit
collecting
draft?
for a lawsuit.
May I? So I had been writing a draft of a lawsuit, and as I said earlier, this is the way that I wanted it.
Dude, you've never written a lawsuit in your life. You're not a litigator. I was writing a draft of a lawsuit. That could be the funniest testimony today. I was writing a draft of a lawsuit, after I bumped up my Google searches. It's kind of like cheating, kind of like, buying Instagram and Twitter followers. But, I've done that too. So no big whoop. Rita Reid is a liar. And I was drafting a lawsuit against Karen. That's how I was going to handle it.
Handle this issue.
Because I'm not a trained killer, he said. I'm not a trained killer. Whoever did this was obviously a trained killer.
If we may take a look at it so I can tell you.
It gets better and better. Oh, what? Oh, look at him. Oh, woe is me. I didn't do it, but if I done it, sound went out for a second and then it comes back on.
I couldn't sue my employees because that would just look better. But I felt that after I lost the election, they were fair game. Because my original thought was that, if I won, or if I tried to sue them in advance of the election, that people would say, he's just trying to shut up people.
Do you hear this? They were fair game. After I lost the election, they were fair game. The employees, he was going to sue them. And Gurman, after you lost the election, was he fair game too? Was his life fair game? That's weird. That's a weird way to put that. I'm right. Remember, lawyers choose their words very carefully. Words are important. Their sound is up, but it comes right back.
I couldn't sue my employees because that would just look bad. But I felt that after I lost the election, they were fair game. Because my original thought was that, if I won, or if I tried to sue them in advance of the election, that people would say, he's just trying to shut up people, right? And I got advice to that extent. And so I took it. I said, okay, well, I'm from an attorney. I'm like, all right, well, I won't sue them now. And my hope is that I was going to win. And I think I came pretty close, but it is what it is. So once I lost, I said, you know what? Fair game. I'm going to sue them. May I?
It is what it is. I lost.
I am so sorry, sir. Okay.
Tonks knows what I'm talking about. I think in song lyrics, I didn't do it, but if I done it, how could you tell me that I was wrong? Name that musical. The name of the song is Cell Block Tango. That would be too hard. So name the musical that song is from.
And so again, this is a draft of a lawsuit. It's an unfinished lawsuit that I had started drafting, and it was going to be on behalf of myself as my own attorney, as part of the law firm that I had, Accolade Law. And I would like to ask that this be admitted. So you can review that and see.
The lawyer's just like,
this is the reason that I actually captured some of those pictures.
well, you knew because you knew the
Sorry.
song.
Okay.
So Gamer Ducks gets, you knew Tonks. Tonks, you knew. It's from Chicago. Great movie version. Catherine Zeta-Jones. Love her. Renee Zellweger.
The situation. And I guess,
Queen Latifah.
I had done my own research on cases, and I had found that there were actually cases where even DNA evidence had been planted. There was a case where
I found cases.
It was an officer-involved shooting.
I found cases where DNA was planted. And so I should be able to testify about this?
Pretty sure they had their people.
From my legal research? Object. Thank you.
Objection is sustained.
Well,
like, what took you so long to
that's my
object?
theory, but I guess we'll have to save that for later.
Yeah, your theory. We'll have to.
Um,
Oh. He was suing his employees for bad-mouthing him and saying he was a toxic boss. And Gehrman for writing those articles that were dissing him.
September 2nd, 2022.
Right.
As I mentioned earlier, I sent a text message.
Okay, now he's back to the day of the murder. He rambles a lot, but he's back to the day of the murder now.
Hung around home. I know watching TV or working. Somewhere probably around 10-ish, I went for a walk.
Goes for a walk.
Came back home. And then got ready and went out to the gym. And if I could republish T2.
10 o'clock, he went for a walk. Then he went home. Did you go for a walk around Jeff Gehrman's neighborhood?
This has already been admitted.
Where was your walk, sir? And if you did go for a walk, and this is your alibi, why didn't you go look for some ring camera footage that shows you walking around the neighborhood? Don't you think you would have done that, IT guy? Because you got arrested within like 5 days of the murder. Well within the retention policy of Ring.
Sir, if you could please turn to the appropriate page.
Why? I cannot, Olivia. This is great. Why is there no video of him walking around the neighborhood? Olivia, that's his alibi. He was on a walk.
You see that my actual login, after you consider everything I do, to get ready to go to the gym, when they were ready to scan my phone, it was at 12:09. And I say it was my phone because I'm a techie person. The tag that was on my keychain, I abandoned it long ago. So
I'm a techie. He said I'm a techie.
May I next republish, I believe it's States Exhibit 374 regarding text messages I received that day.
Just to point out, and this was somebody sent me, tweeted by Pretty Lies and Alibis earlier today, so she gets full credit for this. She posted a map of the location, and she said the last witness from Planet Fitness, the Planet Fitness witness said, here's the timeline. Telles was seen leaving the area of Gehrman's home 11:25 a.m. Planet Fitness that he went to is 4.4 miles away, which is an 11-minute drive, which gives him plenty of time to get to Planet Fitness by 12:09 a.m., where he could check in with his phone instead of his key tag because, he doesn't use key tags anymore because he's a techie.
Would you, if you don't mind, if you could publish it, please.
About 20 pages.
If you don't mind, we can just go through it briefly. My apologies. If you could go ahead and turn to the next page, please.
It's 374.
Okay, so if you could turn the page, please. Okay, if you could turn the page, please.
Jesus, please.
You turn the page, please. If you could again turn the page, please. Now you see again that conversation I had with my daughter. Had my phone, responded, no problem. At 9 o'clock, still had my phone when I got an email from Jimmy John's. You could turn the page, please.
He got an email from Jimmy John's, but he didn't respond.
Still had my phone when I got this message from, if you bring it down a little bit. Or
How do we know that you
other
had your
direction, please.
phone? You didn't have any activity
From-
on your phone. You receiving messages is not the same as sending. Do you really think the jury is that dumb?
Cora. And when I got this text message from the spam, talking about how they wanted to sell my home, I didn't respond to that.
Oh, but wasn't
if you
that
could
wasn't
please-
part of the scandal where they were stealing houses? Maybe they were trying to rope you in.
When I got the message from Macy's, I didn't respond to that. Again, still had my phone.
Because you say you
When-
had your phone.
I got this.
On your
if you could
walk?
Go to the next page, please. This is, so we had recently changed at the office, the way that our vendor for the answering service. And with that, I asked that they create a system or implement a system where we're automatically texted for these things.
Who still has an answering service in 2022? Anyone? Because even if you call your doctor's office after hours now, they used to have answering services, right? In case it was an emergency, you'd be like, is this the office or is this the service? Because I want to talk to the office, not the service. And the answering service would take the message and then page the doctor. That's about how long ago it was, when everyone had a pager. Why do they have an answering service instead of just voicemail? Or the office is closed, call back tomorrow when we're open. That's weird to me.
Again, no response required. This is something that was assigned to Rita. It was just provided to me for my records. So nothing to respond to. Again, another email, no response needed. Just junk mail. Sarah, please.
No response needed. That's why I didn't respond.
Again,
Junk mail.
another message from the answering service. Then at 10:36, I got a message from my wife with a picture of my daughter. And then if you can go up, my wife called about 10:43. I've been out for a walk. I was just about to come in anyway, so I didn't respond. You'll notice that she did not call me again. She did not text me again. That's because honey, I'm home. So can we go to the next page?
I went to Colorado. That's me, alumni.
Again, another junk mail. Then a phone call from Reputation Defender, junk. I don't feel the need to pick up the phone from everybody who's calling.
You just really need to pick up the phone from
And then
everybody's calling.
Another email, again, automated email. If you could change the page, please. And calendar invitation, junk mail, calendar invitation. And you'll notice by this time it's already 12:53 when we're at number 32. So I already had myself at the gym, right? So it's not like I've got to answer any of these things, right?
I already had myself at the gym. You got to the gym. Got there in time.
And then I was doing at the gym. I want to say I typically take about an hour there. And so it was, I don't know why I would have missed this call if I was in the shower or whatever. This would have been from the vendor for my daughter's diabetes supplies. So they left a message.
My daughter's
And
diabetes
if you
supplies. That's
scroll
sad.
down, it looks like they left a message about a sensor for my daughter. And if you could go up. So here again, like I said, you should have no doubts about the fact that I had my phone on me. Whatever anybody tries to argue. Because again, I clearly had it went from the check-in, I say I had it all day. They may try to argue otherwise, but so when we continue
Just
on
because
again,
you say you had your phone on you all day, okay, I guess we got to believe you then. Why is there no video of you walking around the neighborhood? Wouldn't that be the first thing if you didn't do it? And your alibi is that you were walking around your own neighborhood. Wouldn't that be the first thing you would go and look for?
there's that message.
Yeah, we
my
get cross.
ex-wife
It's coming.
sends me a message at 1:26, and I don't immediately respond to it. And I don't feel the need to respond to every single text message immediately. I don't know, I'm personally that way. If I don't find a sense of urgency in it, I believe it can wait a bit. Sometimes I won't respond to, even if it's a person who's sending me a text message, I won't respond to the next day. It's just whatever mood I'm in.
Whatever mood I'm in, that's how long it takes me to respond to my text messages. Sometimes I even make people like ladies wait until the next day. How do you like that? Listen to that again.
Sometimes I won't respond to, even if it's a person who's sending me a text message, I won't respond to the next day. It's just whatever mood I'm in.
What mood I'm in?
So
The mood.
I personally don't think that there's anything suspicious about my phone use here.
I personally don't think there's anything suspicious about my phone
Thank you, sir, very
use
much.
here. Thank you, sir. He doesn't even call him his attorney. Sir.
Went to the gym, like I said, at about 12 and got checked in about 12:09. Did my workout.
Yes.
Went home. Picked up kids later.
Because I'm a great dad.
And,
I'm a great dad. Picked up my kids later.
I can't imagine the kind of person that would.
Sustained.
Can't imagine the kind of person that
I
would.
personally can't imagine myself to be the kind of person.
Objection.
Sustained.
I am not the kind of person who would
No.
stab someone.
The objection was sustained.
Okay.
And he did it. He got it in anyway. I'm not the kind of person that would stab someone. I'm not the kind of person that would stab someone. I mean, maybe I'd run them over with my car. Maybe I'd poison them. Maybe I'd shoot them. But I'm not the kind of person that would stab someone. Please believe me. Please believe me. I know there were 3 objections, but I'm just going to say it anyway.
I've never beat anybody up. I've never killed anybody.
I've never beat anybody up. I've never killed anybody. Oh, Colin Albert, you better watch it. Because you know what happens when you say I've never beaten anybody up? Somebody finds a video of you beating somebody up.
I didn't kill Mr.
I've never, wait, did you say I've never beaten anybody up? I've never killed anybody? Okay, he's never killed anybody.
I've never beat anybody up. I've never killed anybody. I didn't kill Mr. Berman. And that's my testimony.
Maybe he's telling the truth. Maybe he's genuine. And that's my testimony. That's my story. And I'm sticking to it. I'm not the kind of person to kill somebody. I never killed anybody. I didn't kill Diff Gurman. And that's my testimony. Double fingers crossed, toes crossed. I mean, maybe he's being genuine. What say you?
Cross-examination.
I'm gonna need a break.
Yeah. Cross is coming.
All right, we're going to take a recess during this recess.
All right, so we're gonna fast FF. We get to FF. Do you guys remember the old tape recorders, the big tabletop like tape recorders, and you'd have like the REW button and the FF button. Let's fast forward for you youngsters who don't know. He did have a DV charge, Mama She. We watched the body cam footage from that. It was from 2020. It was chilling. He was hammered. He was hammered. And then when he did a jailhouse interview about that, he said, oh, well, I used to be blackout drunk all the time. Not anymore. And he said that he also has ADD, and he was a fat kid. So that's the reason for his problems. Thanks, Mama She, for the support. Appreciate you. So I don't know what his wife looks like. If anybody knows what she's wearing, she would probably be sitting on this side of the car, courtroom on the right side. We had to wait for them to come on the radio, Christy. Remember? You'd have to wait for the song to come on the radio, and then you'd have to hit record and play at the same time to record, because that's how you would record, kids. Record and play, not just record. Why couldn't they just have one button to do it? I don't know. Did he walk past the jury? I don't think so. I think they let the jury out first, but you know what? We can REW. We can REW. I think they let them out.
Cross-examination.
I'm gonna need a break. Just
Let's
so
see.
we're not-
Okay. All right, we're going to take a recess. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, any way regarding the case. Remember, questions don't come till both sides are done questioning. So when they're done questioning, if you want to ask a question, I will ask it then.
Are they going to have
But we
questions?
do that because your question might get answered in the interim. So during this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. Read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case, do any research, consult dictionaries, internet, or reference materials, do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you. We'll be in recess. Is 15 minutes okay?
Yes.
15 minutes. Thank you.
You all rise for the jury.
No, he rises and they let the jury out, but I don't think that they see him walk. People are saying they think he's in shackles. If anybody is on Twitter and follows anybody who's in the courtroom, maybe they'll let us know, but I don't know. Yeah, no. So the jury leaves. They don't see him walk. Really weird, right? And then they come back, and then again, there's another long delay.
The hearing's taking place. The record please let the hearing's taking place outside.
They cut off
Is
his
there an
hand.
issue?
Yes, there's a question as to what doors perhaps are open in reference to communications between Mr. Telles and Roberta.
Roberta.
Production made, we've had certain communications produced. We need to go through those. I think there's going to be a dispute as to what the scope, what's to be turned over, what's not, if there's been a privilege that's been previously asserted or not, if there's been any waiver. I think that's something we're not going to get done until after lunch.
Right. So they're saying he opened the door about Roberta. Roberta is the co-worker, subordinate actually, who was accused of or alleged to have been having some sort of romantic entanglement with him. And there were a couple of backseat meetings that were videotaped surreptitiously by the co-employees that took place in a shopping center mall parking lot, like a covered lot. So well, that's interesting.
Can we start, and then that issue can,
I would prefer to know we can just lay it out pretty easily. Mr. Telles got up here and it wanted all of the team's messages admitted into evidence. So that would be our request. There has been a production that we have, that the defense has, of team's messages. We provided those messages. Sounds like the defense's concern is maybe there's another production of team's messages because, the long and the short of it is some of the team's messages contains information that I think Mr. Telles finds fairly damaging. And so he wanted them in. We agreed, fine, let's let them in. And now there's an issue of, well, I don't necessarily, I don't know that those are all of the messages. So what we're trying to nail down is the information. They have these have been produced. I can see in our files, these have been produced. I don't exactly know what he is looking at. I know the nature of the emails, the nature of the team's messages that are the source of consternation for Mr. Telles has nothing to do with an attorney-client privilege. It has nothing to do with, something that would be privileged to the public administration's office.
Now, if you're not watching the screen, I'm gonna move myself so you can just see the little head motion that this attorney just made because it's wicked funny. He's like, and then you're gonna have to buckle in for cross. He starts getting really animated, this attorney, Hamner. It's funny.
The source of consternation for Mr. Telles has nothing to do with an attorney-client privilege. It has nothing to do with
I roll.
Something that would be privileged to the public administration's office.
I'm here for it.
It just deals with something else. So
what's the privilege?
Again, too, it could go into bad care. Well, we need to see what the privilege was previously asserted or not. It's the state's argument, and I understand their argument. They're saying that Mr. Telles, by his request, opened the door.
Telles.
As we addressed yesterday, Mr. Telles is testifying in a narrative sense. We put the court on notice. The court had allowed that to occur.
Sure.
My concern is we would like to pull up on the jabs or otherwise what specific request he had made. There may have been a misunderstanding on the part of the state what it was that he was asking to have admitted. We want the break to go through that because it's the scope of what his request.
All right, so they take the break. They go through some stuff and things and stuff and things. And the judge is
The
like,
witness that came and testified and talked about that
Talking
production
with
was
their
about
hands.
to happen. I don't know, the first part of September. I mean, that appeared to be what he was asking the state to put on a disc and produce.
So what I was requesting to be produced was actually what was produced to me.
Okay.
And so
May I? Look at he's just taking over. He's taking over the argument. He's like, they may not let me fire you, but you're fired in my mind. I'm taking over.
report of what was going to be produced to Mr. Gurman. And so any and all, messages of any personal nature in the review of the documents that I saw, and anything personal, like, talk about perhaps going to the mall or whatever, that was already removed by the time I viewed it. So when Mr. Hamner is coming here with these messages, that was pre-trimmed. So I believe he's going to say that, look, this is why Mr. Telles decided he was going to be angry, but that's not true, because
Thank you.
version that I saw.
So barbed one, you're giving me permission to skip. Thank you. That's all I needed was permission. We're skipping. Blah, blah, blah. We need to get to the cross because that's where it starts getting juicier and juicier. And oh, look, FFing through all of this dribble. Oh, and then we're going to get a triple split screen, you guys. I'm here for it.
Messages, but certainly, understand why there can't be a joint stipulation to those messages to the Investigative.
Right. Was this after the break? Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yes.
So it sounds as if the FOIA request, that production based on their policies claws back personal information. I don't know if they've been able to acquire that information through the process of this investigation. The state has all of the messages, which has been produced to the bench. They have that as well. So we understand why there can't be a joint stipulation to those messages. But certainly, this issue will be inquired into cross based off of this testimony. If I had no issue, I'll be inquiring based on the policy that he was aware of. So that'll be happening. Whether they want to admit Teams messages that are just limited only to business information, that's up to them. But we don't have a way to efficiently produce that to them.
So we don't have a stipulation.
We don't have stipulation, but in discussing this with the state and with Mr. Telles, we are just going to leave his testimony as it stands, and we'll not be seeking to admit. There's been argument that he'd open the door, but that's set aside. He is not going to be seeking to admit the information that was provided to him at that time.
Okay. Well, the other side might.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so the state's ready.
There's also that, the thing that you said would be produced and admitted later, if we got that to K3.
No, that's the thing.
Oh, that is what it is?
That-
Oh,
yes,
time.
yes, that's-
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
It's marked as K3 for the record, but obviously we just won't admit it.
thank you.
Thank you.
Gen X 1968, thanks for the super chat, says, does anyone know if his wife has filed for divorce? Thank you for loving me and the members. Love everyone here. I know a lot of you guys are local to this story and might even know some of the players involved. So if anybody has any actual independent knowledge of whether his wife has filed for divorce, please let us know.
Bring him in. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Telles, you can take the stand. Sorry about that.
See? Sorry. She apologizes to him, says, Mr. Telles, you can take the stand before the jury comes in. Sorry, she says, I forgot about that. Listen, I don't know why. And we're going to see him walk to the stand, but the jury's not.
Obviously we just won't admit it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bring him in. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Telles, you can take the stand. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Trying so hard not to walk like that. I like her a lot.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel?
Yes.
Mr.
Yes.
President? Okay, you may begin your cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Sir.
And it's Mr. Telles, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to start first with see if we can agree on a couple of things. Okay. I was listening to your testimony. I'm going to publish states 311. I was listening to your testimony, and if I heard you correctly, many times during your direct or during your direct, you stated that this is the killer of Mr. Darren, correct?
I didn't necessarily, but I'm sure it is.
I mean, if I heard you correctly, you kept saying, looking at the killer, this guy. I know you're not saying that's me, but you don't doubt that whoever that is killed Mr. Darren. That would be fair, right?
Yes.
Okay. You had mentioned one of the things that struck you was you watched the autopsy, or you saw the autopsy photos, and you were struck by the violence of it, correct?
No, sir.
No, you did not. Were you bothered by the photographs?
I was.
Why is that?
Gruesome. I'm not used to seeing dead people.
Just going to move the closed captioning.
I think you
so
said it was
that-
ugly. Is that correct?
I may have.
All right. And you had told this jury that you felt like it looked like someone who knew what they were doing. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You believe this was a professional hit?
And that's what I believe.
Okay. And you believe this killer is kind of almost like
Good
someone
line.
hired to do this job, like an assassin, essentially, right?
That is what I believe. Yes, sir.
All right. Now I want to take a look at this picture for a second. The assassin seems to be wearing a giant sun hat.
This is great. Wait,
It's a
I
pretty-
gotta. If I have this sped up, oh man, what just happened? Where did I just go? Hold on. Did I go forward or backwards? Hold on. This is great. This is so good. The assassin has on a giant sun hat. The assassin. Man. It's okay. It gives you time to come back to the screen. All right, right around here.
You correct. You kept saying, looking at the killer, this guy. I know that you're not saying that's me, but you don't doubt that whoever
Oh,
that is killed Mr. Jeremy. That would be fair, right?
Yes.
Okay. You had mentioned one of the things that struck you was you watched the autopsy, or you saw the autopsy photos, and you were struck by the violence of it. Correct?
And no, sir.
No, you did not. Were you bothered by the photographs?
I was.
And why is that?
Gruesome. I'm not used to seeing dead people.
okay.
I think you said it was ugly. Is that correct?
I may have.
All right.
Ding, 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 ding.
And you had told this jury that you felt like it looked like someone who knew what they were doing. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You believe this was a professional hit?
And that's what I believe.
Okay.
Professional
and you
hit.
believe this killer is kind of almost like someone hired to do this job, like an assassin, essentially, right?
That is what I believe. Yes, sir.
All right. Now I want to take a look at this picture for a second.
You can
The
do it, John.
assassin seems to be wearing a giant sun hat. It's a pretty big hat, right?
Yes, sir.
It's fairly noticeable, right?
Yes, sir.
You think that might attract attention?
I would think so.
Okay, but this is a professional.
Right.
All right. And this professional is also wearing a bright orange shirt, correct?
Yes, sir.
Professional?
Yes, sir.
But wouldn't that attract attention?
I think that's part of the reason, actually. If I could elaborate.
No. You believe that professional assassins want to draw attention to themselves when they're carrying out murder. That's your testimony?
When they're framing someone, yes, sir.
So the answer to my question is yes. You believe professional assassins like to draw attention to themselves.
It depends on what the nature of their goal is, and if it's to frame someone, yes, sir.
So the answer to my question is yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Your professional assassin is wearing a
If they were trying to be you and frame you, and you never dress like that, why would they dress like that? It strains credulity.
big saddlebag, right?
It's a big bag.
Right. He's wearing Nikes, correct?
Correct.
Not generic shoes, Nikes, isn't that right?
Right. Right.
Okay. Gray Nikes, is that right?
Correct.
All right. Let's cue over to the overhead, if we could, or to the computer, if we could.
This is another time we can use our wait for us emoji from the
Playing,
Karen Reed trial.
PIO video from Exhibit 338. So this is your assassin walking in the middle of the day, correct?
My assassin?
All right, Bob. This is the assassin, the killer, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Seems to have a little bit of a hitch in his getup.
Yes. I don't know. I guess it's an opinion.
And you don't disagree that's when you've seen all the footage, that's the killer's car, right?
Yes, sir.
It's a maroon Denali, am I right?
Yes, sir.
You own a maroon Denali, isn't that correct?
I do, sir. Yes, sir.
Let me at least get to.
He's like, I'm going to say it real slow so you can understand me.
So there's no doubt that the killer took a maroon Yukon Denali to Garriman's house to perform, as you have explained to us, to be some sort of professional hit.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'd like to publish the PowerPoint if we could.
PowerPoints. Thank you, Clinton Nix, who also says, loves my channel, but by the way, love it when you swipe yourself out. It's endearing and it cracks me up. Oh, thank you.
It's still from Exhibit 338, Your Honor.
Appreciate you.
But it is the PowerPoint video. And I want to turn our attention to slide number 72. This is after Mr. Garriman has been killed, but if we watch this footage,
Thanks, Tiff.
isn't it true that we see the killer come back to the scene?
Yes.
And the killer seems to be looking around as if he forgot something, right?
I've watched the video. I don't know what he's doing.
We don't know.
Right,
But
right.
we know a professional killer killed someone in broad daylight, made it a point to park on a completely different street, but then for some reason decided, oops, I forgot something, and drove all the way back.
My belief is that he wanted to make sure to commit the crime. And then when he was done, he wanted to make sure the SUV was seen in front of the house.
So let me get this straight. We've watched the footage, right, Mr. Telles?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that the Yukon parks on Wintergreen initially?
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention to the streets, but I mean, if you say so, yes.
We'll put it to you this way. He didn't park on Bronze Circle, did he?
Not initially, no.
And by your logic,
You weren't paying attention to the streets. You have memorized this case file. We have been talking about every time they mention Wintergreen, how Wintergreen is a superior mint. We had an entire side conversation one day about what to do with Altoid containers. And we were debating about what the superior Wintergreen, spearmint, or cinnamon, what our favorite flavor of Altoids. You've been here with us through this trial, sir. And now you don't remember the name Wintergreen. Now I don't believe you. I might have believed your whole other alibi about going for a walk and having your phone with you. But now when you say, I don't know the street names, I don't know about Wintergreen, that's it. It was Wintergreen for me.
if the killer wanted to be seen, shouldn't he have just parked on Bronze Circle originally?
I would have thought that, if he wanted to make sure he got the job done first, that he would not have actually parked the SUV in front to begin with.
Oh, so
That's my belief, because
okay.
again, that isn't me.
So you have a killer who goes all the way out of his way to park on a completely different street, walks the whole length, does the killing, drives out of the complex, and then makes a U-turn, comes all the way back into the complex, pulls up, gets out, looks around for something, and you believe that's all part of the assassin's plan?
And again, I don't know what he's doing in that video.
No, I'm just using your words,
No,
your thought process.
absolutely.
You believe that was all part of the plan?
I do. It wasn't me. So
Sir, doesn't that look a little amateurish?
I would like to think that I wouldn't use my own car if I was actually the person who did this.
Well, it's-
So,
I didn't do it, but if I'd done it, how could you tell me that I was wrong? I didn't do it, but if I did it, here's how I would have done it. I wouldn't have used my own car. I would think I wouldn't have used my own car, but I did. So imagine like the wheels turning, like the smoke coming out of the ears, the gerbil running around the wheel in his head right now to make all of these thoughts, how he's trying to figure out what to say and how to say it and how to deny it and how to, I mean, look, he could be innocent. Maybe it wasn't him.
Well, doesn't it look a little amateurish to take the steps to park on the side of the street, then you forget what you dropped, probably your murder weapon, who knows, wear this goofy sun hat, a bright orange shirt. I mean, if you really think that looks like a professional killer?
I do. Again,
Okay.
it wasn't me. So
Okay.
yes.
It wasn't me.
All right, sir.
Shaggy.
And when you
It wasn't me. He's got the shaggy defense. It wasn't me.
You looked at the car, you thought, gosh, that looks just like my vehicle, right?
Except for the rims, yes, sir.
Sure, we'll get to the rims in a second.
The
In fact,
rims.
let's talk about that right now.
Yes, sir.
Rims and lifts and oh my. It's great.
Let's go to slide 41. One second.
Yes, we saw Lauren from Hidden True Crime before. Isn't that a beautiful
Slide 4.
blouse?
All right.
Love
So,
it.
you see that picture right here of the rims,
Yes, sir.
all right? Sir, do you see, we're talking like clock positions, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. You know what I'm talking about? If I'm referring to that?
The 12 o'clock is,
Okay, earlier in the day, remember he said earlier in the day that his rims do match and that the rims on the vehicle on TV that they do not match. I can't get this big enough on my little screen without my second giant screen. So you could zoom in and tell me if you think that the surveillance rims match. I think they do. He said they didn't.
north
Yes. So 12 o'clock is
or up.
totally to the top, and then you've got 6 o'clock is to the bottom. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So look at this bottom right-hand picture. Isn't it true that when you look at the front wheel, the spokes on this wheel are not all the same size, correct?
Right.
They alternate in thickness,
Correct.
correct?
Correct.
At the 12 o'clock position, it's a narrow spoke, right?
Yes, sir.
And then the next two on either side of it widen out. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And in the 6 o'clock position, that's a fat, wide spoke. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's surrounded by two narrow spokes. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it totals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 different spokes. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And just to be clear, whenever you look at one spoke, let's say the 12 o'clock position, when you look at the opposite position, it's the thicker one, right?
Yes, sir.
And so if you look at a smaller one, if you look the opposite direction, it's going to be thicker, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that, when we look at the picture of this widened spoke on the killer's car, you see that on this wheel on the front, and you see it on the back wheel. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Publishing 322. We could cue over. That's your car, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
There's no doubt about it, is it?
No, I don't believe so.
That is the car that you don't normally drive. Isn't that right? Because you drive a BMW.
Right. I drive it occasionally to make sure that the battery doesn't die.
Right. Let's look at your wheels. Because your testimony was, my rims are different.
That's right.
Let's
It was.
look, no, sir, a question pending. Let's look at the front tire. You see the front tire?
Yes, sir.
The one closest to the 12 o'clock position is thick. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
The one directly opposite that, closest to the 6 o'clock position, is narrow. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Just like the car in the video. Isn't that correct?
It has the same type of rims. Yes.
It does. But that's not what you just told that jury on direct examination. You said you looked at a tweet from General Bob Custer and you felt, oh, gosh, my rims
General Bob
Yes,
Custer.
relied on some person in the Twitter group.
A Twitter group. They have groups on
Give you
Twitter.
peace of mind about whether or not your car matches the killer's car.
Yes.
So now looking at your rims, because let's look at them.
I see what you did,
There are
Jessica.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spokes on that wheel, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just like the killer's car.
Similar to the killer's car. Yes,
Not
sir.
similar, exactly like it, correct?
But they're not the same rims.
Sir, then let's take it this way. The 12 o'clock position is a fat, wide spoke, correct?
Yes, sir.
The 6 o'clock position is arrow, correct?
Yes.
When we looked at the photograph of the killer's car, it had that same pattern, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And when we look at the other rims, let's say we're looking at a rim here in about the 1 o'clock position, it's narrow, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when we look at the opposite, it thickens, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just like the killer's car in the video, right?
Again, similar to the killer's car.
Right.
Then why'd you lie to the jury and say they were different? Owl Salt, are you in my brain? Because I literally was singing this in my head. One of these things is not like the other. One of these things just doesn't belong. Can you tell me which thing is not like the other? That was from Sesame Street, right?
And it's the same way on all of your wheels. Isn't that right?
Right.
Okay. Now, if we could cue back over to the PowerPoint presentation. Let's look at these windows. Bottom right-hand corner, sir. The front windows are not tinted, are they?
No, sir.
But the back ones are, aren't they?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's cue over to your car.
This is fun. This is so fun. Like, you rarely,
Your front window.
as an attorney, I just want to say, like, as a trial lawyer, you rarely get a day like this. Like, this is the day that every trial lawyer wishes for. They wish for a day like this. And this guy, this Christopher Hamner, Esquire, he's a prosecutor. He Clark County DA's office, and he doesn't have a note in front of him. He doesn't have a pad in front of him. He is able to go with the flow, and this is what the best trial lawyers do. They pivot, they bob and weave. They don't have to read from a pad like Lally did. And Lally, one day when the lights were off in the courtroom, he had to go all the way back towards the window, and the witnesses couldn't hear him, and they were threatening to shut off the air conditioning because he had to read from his pad because he couldn't think of a question. This attorney, very skillful. This is a day that attorneys dream of having. That's how good it is.
Windows are not tinted, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And your back ones are, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Coincidence?
I don't think so. I think the killer got a car like mine.
Okay.
Your wife's.
So you would agree your car looks exactly like the killer's car?
No, sir.
No, it doesn't?
There's a difference with that paint on the lower left-hand side that Mr. Mogg had testified about.
Okay.
Mr. Mogg. Remember,
Let's talk
Mr.
about-
Mogg is a retired detective, and they're making sure to point out that he's no longer a detective, so they're calling him Mr. He was a detective at the time. So now it's not just about the rims, boss baby. Now it's about the worn paint. Okay, good. He's waiting for this. He is just throwing softballs at you, just waiting for you to hit, because he's going to catch it all the way out there by the Green Mile. Is that what they call it in Boston? The Green Mile? I don't know. What do they call the outfield in Boston? School me.
Other similarities. We've seen footage from the video with the visor down, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, I could pull up the slide, but we don't need to because you remember seeing it on the survey, on the videos, right, from the
Right.
PowerPoint?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay, publishing 317. And look at that. Your visor's down, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're suggesting that your professional hitman in the funny hat knew about your visor as well?
I'm saying that Mr. Mogg pulled my visor down.
Ah, but you didn't see that, did you, sir?
Green
I didn't see
Monster.
him do it, but
Yeah, that's what I meant.
You didn't see it with your own two eyes, correct?
The Green Monster. I was mixing up my analogies. My examples. Thank you, Christina. It's the Green Monster.
that is correct.
You're just telling it out of whole cloth, correct? You're speculating. Isn't that right?
I'm speculating just to the extent of who exactly did it. But sure.
Right. You don't even know who it was, correct?
It could have been another officer, yes.
Okay. So now it's not just Officer Mogg that's part of this conspiracy. There's other officers too. How many officers were part of this conspiracy?
I don't know.
Well, please tell me. How many do you think are involved?
I couldn't tell you, sir.
So you have no idea, but you think it might be Mogg and another officer, but you just can't come up with a number,
Well,
correct?
Mr. Mogg actually made some false representations about what happened. So yes,
Okay.
I mean, so
Sir,
I don't know what his motivation would be otherwise.
Sir, isn't it possible that in your rush to drive back home, you just didn't even realize that the down visor might even be something of significance? Isn't that possible?
No, sir.
No. So you believe that it must have been the police, but you never witnessed anything like that happen?
I just
Correct?
know that I did not commit the murder, so that could not have been.
Okay.
It wasn't me.
I understand you're not taking responsibility, sir, but just to get back to my question, you never saw anyone manipulate your car, correct?
I never saw anyone firsthand. No,
Thank you. But the visor is down, just like the killer.
and
Correct.
anyone could have removed it at any point in time,
The
sir.
answer to my question is yes. The visor is down, just like the killer's Yukon, correct?
Anyone could have moved it at any point.
So the answer to my question is yes.
At
The
what-
visor is down, just like the killer's car.
You're talking about, obviously, at this point in time.
Your visor is down in your Yukon, just like the killer's Yukon, correct?
Again, without knowing who did it, yes.
Thank you.
Like pulling teeth. He also went to dental school. He's an oral surgeon, just like Alan Jackson and David Unetti are oral surgeons, because it's like pulling teeth, getting a. They got to get a dual degree, a law degree and a dental oral surgery degree, like pulling teeth. That was beautiful. It was beautiful. It was a work of art. It really was.
You were here yesterday and you talked for approximately 2 hours. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And then you came here this morning and you
Talked.
talked for another hour or so, correct?
Yes, sir.
There's one thing I didn't hear you mention. The DNA. I'd like to talk about that with you.
Ooh.
You're not disputing that your DNA is underneath Mr. Gehrman's fingernails, are you?
Yes, I am.
Okay. But you've heard the testimony. It's there, correct?
I don't know if it was there or at what point it might have gotten there, sir.
Okay. I'm not asking you how it got there. Are you really denying that your DNA is underneath the fingernails?
Without knowing the truth, yes, I am.
Okay. Well, you've heard witnesses testify.
Right.
So the DNA lab's in on it too?
I don't know. I don't know at what point. I don't know what point
How
this
did-
sample was
how did it
collected.
get there? Sir, please tell this jury, how in the world does your DNA get underneath Mr. Gehrman's fingernails?
I don't know because I did not kill Mr. Gurman.
You have no idea how it could have gotten underneath your fingernails, correct?
Under my fingernails?
I'm sorry, under his fingernails, correct?
I don't know that it ever was, sir.
All right, let's do it another way. You and Mr. Gehrman are not friends, are you?
No.
Okay, you don't hang out with him ever?
Sir, I did not ever hang out with Mr. Gurman when he was
The answer to
alive.
My question is yes. You didn't hang out with him ever, correct?
I did not.
He's never invited you over to his house.
No, sir.
You've never hung out, had drinks at a bar, correct?
No, sir.
There would be really no opportunity for him ever to put his hands on you in any sort of social situation, correct?
Correct, sir.
And yet, these two people who are not friends, your DNA just happens to be underneath his fingernails, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. You just don't think it was legitimately placed there, correct? Or are you just ignoring the testimony of all of the witnesses that talked about how your DNA was underneath the fingernails?
Again, at some point or another, I believe it was planted because I did not kill Mr. Gurman. So
Great. And by that logic, if you believe it was planted, you were at least admitting, yes, my DNA is underneath his fingernails, correct? Can you at least agree with me on that?
whether it came from a sample of fingernails or a different sample altogether, I don't know. I couldn't tell you, sir.
The answer to my question is yes. You've at least acknowledging my
No, sir.
physical DNA is underneath the fingernails.
No, sir.
Okay, great. So you're just going to disregard what all the other DNA witnesses said about this, correct?
And,
Okay, that's fair. That's fine. Totally fine.
He's like, I just need to know which way you're going to
Let's,
go so I can pivot.
Oh, well, I still want to touch on this. You would agree that if I came up to you and I scratched your face or scratched your chest, there's a possibility I could get skin cells underneath my fingernails, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You would agree that if someone was trying to fight for their life and were scratching at the killer, they could potentially get DNA from the killer underneath their fingernails. That's a possibility, right?
Is that speculation or is that?
No, I'm just asking you if it's a possibility.
I would imagine so.
Okay. Let's talk about your house for a second.
Let's talk
When
about
they went over to your
your house
house,
for a second. Thank you, Christine, for the Venmo. You're so sweet. This is too good. I have to catch my breath because I was laughing so hard. Okay. Let's talk about your house for a second.
they took a look underneath your couch. Publishing 224. That's your couch, right?
That is my couch.
And underneath your couch is a shoe and a chopped up shoe, right?
Right.
That's the gray Nike, correct?
Pure so, yes, sir.
Publishing 228. That's what it looks like, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's gray in color, correct?
Yes.
It is a Nike brand, correct?
Yes, sir.
It has a black swoosh, correct?
Yes, sir.
It has 4 horizontal or at least vertical bars in the middle of that shoe, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You would agree with me. That's the shoe that the killer was wearing, correct?
I don't know that that's the case.
You don't know? Well, it sure looks a heck of a lot like it, right?
Yes, it could be the same model, but it could be a different size.
Sure. Let's just look at it.
Mhm.
I mean,
I don't disagree that it's the same model.
right. It's the exact same type of shoe, right?
Right.
Okay. So we're not in dispute about it. We can agree on that, right?
Right, yes, sir.
And your DNA is in those shoes that are found in your house, correct?
I don't know that to be the case.
Okay, but that's the whole thing of like, it's a setup and I think the DNA people are framing me, something along those lines, right?
Whether it's them or someone else.
You've
sure.
heard the results. The results say that your DNA is in that shoe. I mean, we did hear that, correct?
That is what we heard.
Okay, and you just,
Hold the phone, coffee nut, coffee nut. I don't know if we should even highlight this because we don't want to give him any more ideas for his defense, but yeah, maybe Gehrman got his DNA under his fingernails from going through his garbage. But was he going through his garbage that same day? Or was he going through his garbage a different day? It was the day when he tweeted that stuff, and that was like in June, right? But maybe he came back and went through the garbage again. But coffee nut, you'd make a great defense attorney if you're not one already.
think it's just another part of the conspiracy to somehow get your DNA into those shoes.
So I believe that there are officers who, when they think that a fellow officer needs help plugging holes in the case, that they're willing to do what they have to.
You watched the Karen retrial. Tell me you watched the Karen retrial without telling me you watched the Karen retrial, boss baby. Do they let you watch YouTube in the jail as such, the pokey? Listen to this. Listen to this. Remember in Maya Kowalski case when they pulled their defense theories out of Reddit? Sounds like he just pulled something out of Canton. Oh, Mama She, thank you for your very generous Cash App. And you already gave some super chats. You're so amazing. She says, love watching these trials with you. Thank you. You're very, 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 very sweet. $50. Look at that. Love you guys.
It's just another part of the conspiracy to somehow get your DNA into those shoes.
So I believe that there are officers who, when they think that a fellow officer needs help plugging holes in the case, that they're willing to do what they have to.
Okay.
They're willing to do what they have to.
You characterize this case as a case that has holes.
I think that Detective Jappy decided he wanted me for this, and everybody decided to assist him because they thought,
Jappy's a part of it now too.
oh, he's always been.
We've got the DNA lab, we've got Jappy, we've got Mog. We haven't even touched Compass yet. We will. We'll get there because they're part of it too, correct?
So they paid Detective Jappy, yes.
Okay, great. Well, we're going to get to all that in a second.
Of course, absolutely, sir.
So here's the thing. Are the shoes underneath the sofa of your house, are those actually your shoes?
That I don't know for sure. I do have similar ones, but again, I have not, you know.
I don't know for sure if they're my shoes.
Similar. Publishing 360.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This video, this photo was found on his phone. It's like a selfie of his shoes, of his shoe and his rock climbing shoe. It's like a gym selfie.
It's the same shoe, isn't it?
It is potentially the same shoe as the one, yes.
Oh, sir.
Mm-hmm.
You're not doubting that this is a photograph of shoes that belong to you, correct?
Right.
Okay.
This is me.
So this wasn't planted evidence, right?
The picture of the shoe, no.
Okay, great. And you were claiming ownership over that shoe, right?
Right.
So it's gray in color, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's got the black Nike swoosh, correct?
Right.
It's got the 4 black horizontal bars in it, right? And you would agree with me when you wore those shoes, you probably left your DNA behind there in those shoes, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're saying now that it's just a pure coincidence that the exact same type of shoe sitting underneath your couch in your house with your DNA on it, that's not the shoe?
Remember that I was under surveillance by Detective Jappy, and this was on a day that I was under surveillance.
Let's get back to my question, sir.
Yeah.
You're trying to tell me that the shoe that you see in that photograph, that you claim ownership on, that you say you put your DNA in, that looks identical to the shoe that's underneath your sofa underneath the recliner. You're saying those two are not the same shoes?
I don't know that they are.
Okay. It's just another crazy coincidence, right?
When somebody chops up a shoe and puts it under the couch, that's a little strange.
Right. And here's the interesting thing. Look at the date on this. This is August 19th,
Mhm.
right?
Yes, sir.
So
And
we're
again,
talking, like,
surveillance started at 8:16.
right? No. But this image is in your phone, right?
This particular image, I'm sure I'd likely texted it to my wife to say, hey, I'm rock climbing indoors.
So here's the thing. How so you're saying, okay. So
He's like,
you
wait.
believe-
This is a great pivot, see, because he wasn't expecting this answer. Now he's like, wait. Hold on, I gotta go there.
Oh, so you're saying, okay. So you believe because you were under surveillance, what, that they knew the type of shoes you were wearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've seen the photos from the surveillances, right?
I have seen some of the photos from some of them. Not everything was
You're
produced to me.
not wearing the Nikes.
Not everything was produced to me, sir.
Yeah, okay. Of what was produced to you, which was everything,
It was not.
you're not wearing the Nikes on the days that you're surveilled. Isn't that right?
This
Sir,
819 was
sir, I need
during.
He goes, which was everything. We gave you everything, dude. You're gonna sit here now and cry Brady violation? We gave you everything, which was everything. That was funny.
Of what was produced to you, which was everything,
It was not.
you're not wearing the Nikes on the days that you're surveilled. Isn't that right?
This
Sir,
819 was
Sir, I need you to
during.
focus on my question. Isn't it true on the days that you are surveilled, you're not wearing the Nikes, correct?
That is not true.
Okay. So we'll pull them and we'll take a walk down that lane.
Let's go down
because
memory
every
lane.
single day, isn't it true you are not wearing the Nikes?
That is not true, sir.
Okay, you're wearing your little moccasins, the gray ones, the top siders. Remember those? You own those, right?
He's trying to push his buttons. He goes, you're wearing your little moccasins. He is shoe shaming him as if he was not already shoe shamed by Zachary with a K, Schilling, who called himself a fashionista. He's being shoe shamed again. You were wearing your little gray moccasins, were you? Were they Hey Dudes or Minnetonka or Birkenstock, or were they fakes? Were they Temu? Listen to that again. That was beautiful.
Because every single day, isn't it true you are not wearing the Nikes?
That is not true, sir.
Okay, you're wearing your little moccasins, the gray ones, the top siders. Remember those? You own those, right? You own the gray top siders, right?
What are topsiders? I don't know.
I'm dating myself, I guess. But they're like a boat shoe. They're kind of like it's like almost like a grayish felt, but they're not Nikes. You were wearing those when you were surveilled, correct?
If you want to put the photos, I can confirm
The
whatever.
answer to my question is no, you don't know the answer as to what shoes you're wearing on the day that you were surveilled.
I have like a tan shoe that I probably wore during some
Well,
surveillance.
don't worry. We'll get the photos and we'll go through it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm here for it.
So here's the thing. If Compass Realty framed you, how in the world would they know about these shoes?
Again, I said that I was under surveillance by Metro on this date, 8/19, and obviously they took photos and they provided those to Detective Jappy.
Okay.
So
what? And then Jappy did what with them?
pass them to whomever he needed to. Again, I didn't commit the murder, so
On this thing, Canton, sir.
So,
Now
sir,
you're reaching.
there's no way Compass Realty could know you had shoes like that.
they're not without being informed.
Okay.
Welcome, Aeon.
And your phone isn't produced until after you're arrested, correct?
I don't know when it was produced.
You had your phone with you on the day that you're arrested, right?
Yes, sir.
Like, you didn't give it to Jappy in early September, did you?
No, sir.
No, you had it with you the whole time until you get arrested, right?
That I know, yes, sir.
And that was on September 7th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Therefore, the only way anyone could learn about information inside your phone would have to be after the murder was committed, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. You think there's a way that someone could have found the contents of your phone prior to the murder?
We heard earlier about the fact that someone can actually hack phones. Yes. And whether it was that they found it that way or by surveillance?
We heard about the hack. It was just a question asked by your attorney. No witness ever testified that your phone was hacked, correct?
But you asked if there was only one means, and no, there's more than one means, sir.
Okay. Sir, let's just be clear about one thing. You have had possession of your phone through the entire month of
So
August
Shakespearean.
2022, correct?
It wasn't in my sight 24/7.
Sure, but you weren't loaning to anyone, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't give it to Compass Realty, correct?
That would be weird.
Yeah, it would be. You didn't give it to Derek Jaffe, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't give it to Cliff Mogg, correct?
No, sir.
Because you knew who Cliff Mogg was at that point, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't give your phone to anybody from Metro, correct?
That's correct, sir.
All right, so now let's get to some of the other interesting things that are in your phone. Oh, by the way, and you also have DNA on the scissors, right? Or are we denying that? Or is that one you're at least acknowledging because of the cooking thing?
No, my blood was on those scissors.
Okay, so Metro got that one right.
From the chicken fried rice that he made for his daughter because she didn't like the school food. I just need to, this is so good. And people are saying, like, I'm so glad we're all watching this together because this is the best. I needed to laugh so badly today. And this is fulfilling every one of my comedy needs. I am just, I feel like we're being so spoiled here that we will never see anything as masterful as this again. Most trial lawyers, when I say most, I mean me, and most other trial lawyers that I know are frustrated actors. We wanted to be actors when we were kids. And for some of us, like myself, we decided that it would be easier to go to law school because then we could write our own script. We'd have an audience in the jury. Nobody could tell us we didn't get the part, and we could perform and use our skills, right? And probably make more money because most actors make less than 30 grand a year, as I've learned from trying to do that, recently. Just never too late to dream your same dream that you had when you were a kid. But I could see that he had some actor in him. Somebody said this is oddly Shakespearean, and it really, really, really is. And this is just, it's perfect. It's perfect. It's what we all needed today, I think. Okay,
Yes,
so Metro got that one right.
One you're at least acknowledging because of the cooking thing.
No, my blood was on those scissors.
Okay, so Metro got that one right.
Yes.
That wasn't a frame
One
job.
up in
No, well,
Metro.
I do think that they used some of the DNA from that, but
But before we move on,
They used some of the DNA
So,
from that. Oh, so you think? Oh, wait a second. It's percolating. It's percolating the theory. So they took the DNA from the scissors, the blood from the scissors, and they put it in the same little envelope with the fingernails, and that's how your blood. Okay.
So like if Metro's really, so you think Metro's framing you for this?
as I said before, I think that we've got some officers who are overzealous and who've decided to help Jaffe plug holes in his case,
Sure.
not knowing what his relationship was with Compass Realty.
Here's a objection, sir.
If you'd be allowed to answer the question before
Okay,
the next question, please.
sir, I got a question for you. If the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department wanted to frame you.
Wait for it. Wait, hold on. Wait, I got to rewind that. Hold on. Because I was listening to this in the car and I'm like, this is the best part of the day. Because I've been asking this question this whole trial. All right, here we go.
Question for you. If the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department wanted to frame you, why didn't they put the murder weapon in your house?
I think that maybe, I don't know. I mean, it's a good question. I mean,
Great question, because if the murder weapon that had Garvin's DNA in was inside your house, wouldn't that be an even better case?
Better frame
but
job.
at the same time, I think if,
But it's not there, is it?
no,
No, it's not.
That was not the question I was thinking of. So that is also a really, really good question. But the other question that I'm thinking of is coming up in a little bit.
Even though, according to you, they control everything, they don't put the murder weapon on you?
Mhm.
Does
Well-
that make any sense?
I think it does.
Okay. How about this? If Compass Realty wants to kill you, why don't they encourage Metro like, we'd really like you to put the murder weapon in there? Why didn't they do something like that?
I don't know.
That seems really odd that the most significant thing is not in your house, correct?
I think what's odd is that 5 days after the murder, that supposedly there was a shoe
So the answer
and
to my
also a
question-
hat in my house.
You think
So the
that's
answer
odd?
to my question, the most significant piece of evidence, the murder weapon, is not in your house despite your theory you've been framed.
That's correct, sir.
Let's talk about this. We've seen the picture of the killer. What's the most notable thing, by far the most notable thing on the killer's person?
It's either the hat or the shirt.
It's the shirt, right?
Mhm.
And that shirt is not in your house, is it?
No.
If Metro or Compass or Rita or Cliff all wanted to frame you, why didn't they put the bright orange coat in your house?
I couldn't speak to that. All I can tell
Doesn't
you is,
that sound not very professional if they're trying to set you up?
I don't know, maybe for plausibility's sake, they put half the
Oh, they
stuff in
want to
there. I'm
dial
not
it
sure.
back.
I don't know.
Okay. Here's another thing. Why don't they cover your car in Ehrman's DNA? Why did they do that?
Because they didn't have access to the car until the day that Mr. Mogg took photos.
But they have, I mean, they control everything. They take it to their CSI garage and they rub it full of DNA. Why is
This Valley Boy, they can rub it full of DNA. He did like a little Aladdin lamp rub thing. I'll take that back. Aeon X, not only did Aeon X join as a member and then gifted 5 memberships. See how giving you guys are? So generous. Thank you so much. Watch this. He rubs like a genie lamp. He's been choreographing this in his living room for at least 24 hours.
they take it to their CSI garage and they rub it full of DNA? Why is there no DNA
Did you hear the loud
in
sigh?
your car? I mean, if they want to frame you, why isn't it there? Do you have an answer for that?
Sir, I don't know.
Okay, but one of the things that we do know is that prior to your arrest, you do in fact wash that car, correct?
The exterior only.
You still wash it, correct?
Oh, yes.
And your testimony to this jury was, after Rita told me about the tweets about the car that I found so strikingly similar, I went out and washed my car. You told them that on direct, isn't that correct?
No, sir.
You mean Roberta?
I meant Roberta. After Roberta told you, gosh, that looks just like your car, and you read John R. Custer's tweet, you went out and that prompted you to start washing the Yukon.
No.
That's not your testimony.
No. I said that I washed all 3 vehicles.
Great.
Right. He's trying to
Including your
distract
Yukon.
himself.
Yes.
Right. Because you'd agree if you only wash one of them, that might look a little suspicious, right?
I don't know that I was planning things to be suspicious or not suspicious, sir.
Okay. But let's just be clear. You would agree with me, washing things can make evidence go away. Isn't that right?
I would think DNA evidence would be inside of a vehicle, not on the outside, sir.
Okay. Sir, you'd be surprised.
Okay.
But that's
well,
not the
I guess
point.
I guess I would be
Washing-
surprised.
I mean, there was an apparent hair found on, Karen Reed's car that made it in a blizzard, being driven at Dighton 40 miles and then towed back. There was a hair. So, it could happen. You'd be surprised.
Okay. Sir, you'd be surprised.
Okay.
But that's
well,
not the
I guess
point.
I guess I would be
Washing
surprised then.
My question is this. Washing things can make evidence go away, correct?
Could it possibly? Yes.
Thank you. Let's continue down the path of what's in your phone.
Yeah, let's. Yay, Cyndi. You're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me, Smalls.
Going to be, I hope I didn't ruin this.
Oh, I hope you didn't ruin it too, because we're here for you.
Going to be.
We're so here for this.
We're going to be publishing Exhibit 354. Sure.
Why is he writing? I don't know. It's cray. Since we're here, let's this is a good place to just take a short little break, get a drink, get a popcorn, get whatever it is that you need to get you through the rest of this. And we can, use the facilities as such, should we need to, which we may. And also, while I do that, I would love it if you would listen to a video from my sponsor, because I have an amazing sponsor, and this sponsor is going to be able to help you with that data breach that just happened. Because did you know that every single American's social security number is now out on the dark web because some company got hacked and it got stolen and all this different. If I could find the video for you, I would love to play it for you. If you just give me and indulge me for a quick minute, I will do that. And it's amazing to have a sponsor for the show, because not only do they believe in me as their spokesperson or one of their spokespeople, they also want to help you, just like I want to help you. So let's just indulge me for a second so that I can run in the other room and you can listen to this, and I am here to help. So let's, oops, when I don't have all my own equipment and all my own stuff, let's listen to this. And if you've ever had your identity stolen, and so many of you have, I know you have because you've told me, take a listen to this.
Today's video is sponsored by Aura, and it's a really important time to be talking about them because hackers may have stolen the social security numbers of every American. Over 2.9 billion records were stolen from National Public Data, which offers personal information to employers, private investigators, staffing agencies, and others doing background checks. These stolen records include a person's full name, address, date of birth, social security number, and phone number, along with alternate names and birth date. And members of this hacker group have reportedly released this information on the dark web for free. I don't know if you've ever had your identity stolen, but I've had clients who've had their identity stolen. And not only is it a major hassle, but oftentimes before you find out, it's too late. The damage can take years to undo, and it's a hassle that you definitely do not want to deal with. So if you haven't been taking precautions before with your personal information online, this should be a huge wake-up call. You've never been more vulnerable online than you are right now. But I'm not too worried about it because I use Aura. Aura alerts me if they find my phone number, my email, my social security number, or any other personal information on the dark web. They're going to let me know fast if anyone tries to use this information to access my credit or bank accounts. They give me up to $5 million in identity theft insurance should the worst case scenario happen. They also provide a bunch of other features to keep you safe online, all inside one app. And you can go to my link at www.aura.com/Melanie Little to try it for free for 14 days. That'll be enough time for Aura to find out if any of your personal information or data has been exposed. I highly recommend you do this right now because not only is National Public Data not going to do anything to help you, they probably aren't even going to face any repercussions for this breach. I'm not leaving myself and my family vulnerable to data breaches. And if you don't want to either, you want to go to my link, www.aura.com/Melanie Little, to try 2 weeks for free. You can thank me later.
You can thank me later. I just heard a terrible story about somebody who their kid was off to college, as many kids are, including mine. And they didn't find out that their credit was trashed until they went to go apply for the Parent Plus loans, the federal student loans. Turned out somebody had stolen their identity, trashed their credit, and now their kid had to withdraw. So you don't want that to happen to you because it's going to be a big problem if it happens, and it's a problem. So the link is below. 2 weeks for free. I suggest you do it. Now, back to our show. If anybody can think of a show that's been better than this, a trial that's been better than this, please put it in the chat. But, it's cray. Mama Shea, thank you for your super sticker. Love you so much. Tiffany Wade says that her reason alone for watching this trial is my facial expressions. Thank you so much. It is so much fun to be here with you. Hazelnut says your commentary is always so good. Thank you. Thinking of you during the drop-off. Why do our babies have to grow up? Oh, I don't know, Team Brittany, if you're here, but it reminds me of a song. And I can't sing it as good as she does, so I just won't. But something like, oh, darling, don't you ever grow up. Don't you ever grow up. Can't you stay this little? If you know who that is, put it in the chat. David Reese says, thanks for the 10, Dave. There must be Hispanic jurors because he never called himself Telles before. That's interesting. There's a video of his campaign, and he calls himself Telles, pronouncing. Oh, that's so interesting. I was wondering about that too. And I was wondering if everyone was mispronouncing it throughout the trial. Why didn't he correct them from the beginning? Great point. Cyndi, thank you so much. Says, my husband's amazed I'm watching this for a second time. I told him it's not the same without Melanie Little's commentary. I love your channel. Oh, I love you, Cyndi. Thank you so much for your 20. This is so fun, isn't it? We really, 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 really needed this today. Oh, darling, don't you ever grow up. You can't just stay this little. So my head now like an earworm. Thank you, Cyndi. And going back to our show.
Let's look at, all right, let's look at this. Well, let's do it. We'll do it this way. We're going to, if we could just cue over for a second to the overhead. This is this extraction report that has a lot of images regarding Google Maps in your phone. Do you remember hearing testimony about this?
That's what I heard.
Okay. And the date on this is August 12th of 2022. Isn't that correct? That's when these files appear. Isn't that right?
That's when it purports to have appeared.
Okay. Sir, you would agree with me. You don't actually have to go to Bronze Circle to get Google Maps to generate these images, correct? All you have to do is go to the website. Isn't that right?
For any location, sure. Yes.
Sure. And this is what, about 2 to 3 weeks before Mr. Garman is killed?
If we can trust the date, yes.
All right. So, sir,
If we can trust the date, because now Celebrate is inaccurate. Okay.
I'm opening the folder that says Bronze Circle. If we could cue over, please. That's Jeff Garman's house, correct?
I have come to learn that it is his house.
That's a great point. You've come to learn that because prior to this all happening, you had never been over to the house, correct?
Correct.
You'd have no reason to be over at that house, correct?
That is absolutely correct.
You don't even know where he lives because I'm sure Mr. Garman didn't give you his personal address.
That is absolutely correct.
And yet the weird thing is,
Weird thing.
when we go through these images, when we start getting to like the Google Maps data, like that's his house, right?
It looks like that is the house.
Yeah. Same thing, that's his house, right?
It appears to be.
Like if we look over here in the back, that's literally the very spot where Mr. Garman breathes his last breath. Isn't that right?
Objection, knowledge, speculation.
Sustained.
That's the very last spot that we see Mr. Garman from that body cam, right? He's lying right over there.
It looks like a similar area.
Similar. It's the area, isn't it?
If you say so, sure.
So you don't believe that's the spot?
I mean, it looks like the house, so I would think.
How about there? Isn't that where Mr. Garman was found by the police?
And I would think likely so.
And the very spot that his body is lying is inside your phone.
Oh,
That is very strange.
that is very strange. That is very strange. The exact place where his body was found is inside his phone. Oh boy.
I mean, how does someone plan to have a victim in a particular area at their home? That's again.
So you would agree with me that if you were planning to
That's
kill
my question
someone at
now.
your house, it might be a good idea to get a lay of the land, right?
Gotta do it. Gotta get a lay of the
I've
land.
never plotted to kill anyone.
Oh, I didn't say you. I'm just talking hypothetically. You would agree with me that if you were planning to kill someone, it might be a good idea to get a lay of the land,
Correct.
correct?
Object is a hypothetical question. He's not an expert. So
We'll take an answer.
Let me ask you that question one more time. You'd agree with me. If you're planning on killing someone, it's a good idea to get the lay of the land, right?
I don't know. I don't know what the circumstances are. I don't know what you're talking about as far as where you want to, do this deed or whatever.
Mr. Telles, if you wanted, let's do it. You don't want to answer the question. We'll do it another way.
Again, I'd object to characterization.
Mr. Telles, if you're planning on doing something, you want to prepare for it, correct?
It depends on what you're planning to do.
Okay. How about your work? As a public administrator, did you prepare every day to go to work to be competent at what you're doing?
Yes.
Did you do that because it's important to do the job correctly?
Yes, sir.
And if the stakes are really big, you want to make sure you're super prepared?
Yes, sir.
Okay, there's over 100 images of Bronze Circle neighborhood in your house, correct? In your phone, isn't that right?
I don't know that they are, sir.
Okay, well, let's start
100.
clicking.
Plus, again, I wouldn't use my card. It's
not my question. My question is,
I wouldn't use my car. Please believe me. Please, please, please. He keeps just interjecting. He starts asking the DA questions. I've never seen anything like this. I mean, even Murdoch wasn't this bad. And Murdoch was one of the worst witnesses I've ever seen. This is just mind-numbingly fun.
plus, again, I wouldn't use my card. It's
not my question. My question is, this is contained in your phone, right, sir?
I don't believe so.
Okay, you don't believe so?
If it is in there, I didn't put it there, sir.
Okay, so the answer is it's there, but you didn't put it there, correct?
Again, I do not know that it's there, and I certainly did not put it there.
Okay, so we're just, okay, sir. You did.
You're asking me to testify something that I can't tell you is true.
There's no question. There's no question in front of you. There's no question on the table, sir. You're not allowed to just talk whenever you feel like it.
But you did hear the testimony of someone coming and said, I looked in his phone and that stuff is there, correct?
That's what they said.
It's the same phone that your expert looked at, correct? To extract Celebrite data from, right? It's the exact same phone, correct?
Sure.
Did you ever hear Mr. Aguero ever say that your phone was compromised in any way? Did you ever hear that from him?
We never asked him that question.
Okay, but he didn't say it, did he?
The question was never asked.
Right. He looked at your data, he prepared a report, and alerted no one to any problems with your phone, correct?
I don't.
That's such a Jen McCabe answer. He wasn't asked. We didn't ask him that.
No.
I would object to, he was not called upon to review the phone. He reviewed the Celebrite extraction from the phone. So I object to this line of question.
We can move on. You heard from Matt Havana from the DFL department. He testified that there weren't any issues with this phone, correct? When he looked at data that came from it, correct?
He said that, I guess they try not to modify contents of things, but he didn't say that it was impossible.
Okay. Here, well, we can do this too. You got up on direct examination and you went through message by message by message, and you didn't complain about any of the messages that were on September 2nd, correct?
I dispute.
I object as to complaint.
Rephrase the question.
Sure. You offered testimony to this jury about the timeline, correct?
Yes.
You went text by text and phone call by phone call, and you explained things, right?
Right.
At no point did you say, oh, there's a problem here, correct?
Correct.
You had no problem with that information, did you?
Right.
Okay.
He's like, look, boss baby, we could do this the hard way or we could do this the easy way. Which way do you want to do this? Because I got all day. We got weeks. We could take however long it's going to take. You want to do it the easy way or the hard way? Thank you, Suzanne, for your cash app. Love you. It's very sweet. Very sweet.
Sir, do you find it a little bit strange that when you find information that's helpful for you in your phone, you don't think there's a problem with it, but when there's damaging evidence in your phone, you believe maybe it's been hacked or compromised?
I do think that if someone was trying to frame me, that obviously they would leave the content that I made on the phone as well as whatever they decided to put on there. Yes.
And as we see here, like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 7 different houses are being photographed, correct?
If that is truly what was on my phone, then supposedly sure.
Okay. Here's a good example. In this image, there's a security camera being focused on in the image, correct?
That's what it appears to be, which brings up a question that I would have.
There's no one
He's going to ask questions again. He's going to ask more questions. Thanks, Elaine. Hey, you guys. Go smash the like button. Thank you.
depending, and you're going to get a chance on redirect. You'll be able to say whatever you need to say. But let's be clear. There's an image that isolates on a security camera for the next door neighbor with Mr. Garman. And it's right there, isn't it?
Oop, there it is.
It is. There's one right there.
And here was something I remember you told me about. When you started out, what was your first job again?
IT.
IT. You've got a technical background, correct?
Right.
I believe even on direct examination, you described yourself as a techie, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
So you know your way around a computer, right?
Right.
Fair to say you know your way around different software, correct?
Right.
Fair to say you know your way around a cell phone, right?
Right.
You certainly know how to use Google Maps, right?
I think a lot of people do.
Right. Somebody could use that, correct?
Right.
And you would consider yourself a fairly thorough person in your work as a public administrator, right?
More thorough than to do something like this? Sure.
You consider yourself detail-oriented?
I do.
Okay. Can we cue over for 1 second?
Yeah, cue it.
Overhead?
Cue it, baby. Cue it on over.
There's over 132 images in your phone focusing on that. Would you say that's a lot of detail?
If that was on my phone, I guess I would say yes.
Okay.
Yes, he can narrate his redirect as well, Joe Schmo.
And then let's talk about the Popeyes thing, publishing 364.
The Popeyes thing.
Do you remember these images?
Yes.
Okay.
I remember them being presented as being allegedly on my phone.
Right. The testimony was it was on your phone. You just don't believe you had anything to do with it, correct?
Again, I don't know that they were ever on my phone. I know that I did not take those photos.
Okay, so you're just denying what you heard.
I'm saying that whatever the testimony is, that it could have been placed on my phone, or who knows?
The testimony was
Who
it
knows?
was found on your phone, correct?
It was allegedly found on an image of my phone.
Okay. So, if we could cue over to the
Hear the sirens outside the courthouse.
the computer.
Also reminds me of Karen Reed.
We talked about being detailed oriented. You would agree this is numerous images from the same spot, correct?
It appears so.
And if we kind of look, and I just can't see because of the monitor. I mean, we're looking at that's a sedan, correct?
Yes.
Sedan, correct? Well, it's like a minivan, but it's gray
It's
in
like
color,
a
right?
crossover.
And that's gray in color, right?
Sure.
And that's a truck that's kind of a whitish gray, right?
Mhm.
Another gray car,
Mhm.
correct?
Sure.
Another gray sedan, correct?
Mhm.
This one's a Honda, right?
Sure.
Or maybe that's not a Honda. I don't want to misspeak. That might be a Kia.
It looks like a Honda,
Is it? Okay, it's a Honda
I think, or unless it's a Hyundai.
or a Hyundai. I'm
I
not
don't know.
sure. It kind of looks
How do you know? Oh, he knew it was Honda because he took the damn picture. Stop self-snitching, boss baby. Has Bruce Rivers done a piece on this yet? He's been self-snitching. Oh yeah, that's a Honda. I remember. Took that picture. I looked at it 400 times. Oh yeah, but I didn't. Somebody planted it on my phone. Now I don't even believe the report. It wasn't even there.
like an H. We've got an SUV here, but there's a lot of images here, correct?
There's a lot.
Yes.
Okay. And according to this report, if we could cue over.
Garman had a silver
101,
Honda.
correct?
That's what it alleges.
That's a lot of photos, correct?
It would be.
It looks like surveillance, doesn't it?
It looks like a stupid way to do surveillance.
Right, looks kind of amateurish, doesn't it?
Right,
Not professional.
right. I wouldn't see how that makes sense.
And then,
He
sir,
knows it's a Honda because Jeff Gehrman drives a gray Honda.
another
Thanks,
thing
Kim.
located in your phone were these. Can we cue over to the overhead?
It's all
Sir.
over now, baby
What are we looking
balls.
at here?
It's all over now, baby
Looks like
balls.
it's a identification of a vehicle that is owned by Mr. Gurman.
It's a Honda, right?
Yes, sir.
And we know from photographs earlier, his Honda is gray, correct? We saw from the photo.
That suit is gray, not. Name that movie. What line is that movie from? That suit is gray, not. The accent's not so good, but you get the idea. Maybe you'll get it, maybe you won't. This is a DMV printout of Jeff Gehrman's gray Honda, VIN number and all.
I don't remember. I wasn't paying attention to the color with the earlier testimony.
You
Sorry.
have no reason to dispute me if I
Kelly
told you the color of the car was
Reed! Kelly Reed in the house. Hi, Kelly Reed. Kelly, when is Judge Cannoni going to render this decision, Kelly? Kelly, I can't take another minute. We'll talk later. We'll talk later.
gray, correct?
I don't, sir.
Okay, and we saw in those images, lots of gray cars were getting snatched, correct?
Yeah, I saw a black one and a white one, but yes.
And you know what that program that's pulling up that information is, don't you, Mr.
That I do, yes.
That's IDI Core, correct?
Right.
That is proprietary software that is in fact used by the Public Administration's Office, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
It gives the person at the Public Administration's Office the ability to look up personally identifying information about people, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and we can see here that Jeffrey Gehrman is being looked up on IDI Core, correct?
What I remember correctly looking at this was it was looked up by address.
Well, that's just one report, sir. Let's look at this result. We can see
What's
he's
the
connected.
search term?
There's no question pending, sir.
Okay.
He's asking, what's the search term? It is Borat, Mary B for the win. That suit is great, not? Some of the funniest comedy ever. Love that guy. What was the search term? No, you don't get to ask the questions here, sir.
Take a look at registrants. What's the registrant?
Again, it's Jeffrey M. Gurman.
Right. And if we look down, what's the first address associated with this?
P.O. Box.
Okay. And then when you go to the next entry, what's the address associated with Mr. Gehrman?
7216. It's the second one related to Mr. Gurman. There's a first one related to Mr. Gurman. And that's the P.O. Box, which is current. The second one is 7216 Bronze Circle, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89. I can't read
Right.
this.
Mr. Telles, that's where Mr. Gehrman lived, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's where he was murdered, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this image of his personal information and his home address is located inside your phone.
Again, I don't know that it is.
Okay, so we're just, again, we don't have to do the dance, but you're just not accepting the testimony that it was located on your phone.
That is correct.
Okay.
We don't have to do the dance. You're just not agreeing that it was on your phone. Okay.
All right, but you'd agree with me that from just that bottom there, that looks like a desktop monitor, a Dell desktop monitor, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, listen to this.
And again, this has more information about Mr. Gehrman's cars, correct?
Yes, sir.
This is IDI Core, correct?
Right.
Software that is in your office, correct?
The office that Mr. Jappy visited, yes.
Okay. This is more, this is more IDI Core images, correct?
Appears so, yes, sir.
Let me just come out and ask you. This is your desk, isn't it?
It probably is.
Probably is my desk.
Let me ask you this. During your official duties as the public administrator, I mean, you didn't have like a case with Mr. Garman at all, right?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay.
And what was the search term to find that?
Again,
Well, one of the search terms was
Okay.
7216 Bronx
Just take
Circle,
the bait.
correct?
Can you show that to me?
Sure.
sure. Thank you, Jeannie. Thank you, Jeannie, for the cash app. Appreciate you so much.
7216 Bronx. Kick you over to the overhead.
Jeannie says, thanks for being me. Thanks.
Can everybody see that? Oh, it's much better over here. This is terrible. So you can see that, right?
Yes, sir, I can.
And the date, the created time is 8/23/2022 at 6:05 p.m., correct?
Yes, that's what it reports to be.
Okay.
Magnolia Gypsy in the house.
And that was a weekday, wasn't it?
I'm sure it was because,
Eye emoji.
I don't know.
And there's one more thing. This wasn't converted into UTC time. So if we subtract 7 hours, that's at 11:05 a.m. in the morning on 8/23, correct?
And again, I don't know if this document's been modified by a PDF viewer or not, but
Do you
it
recall-
purports to be of that.
Because, you know, I'm a
You
techie.
recall-
Because, you know, I'm a techie, PDF viewer and whatnot. I'm a techie. I know these things. I know stuff. I know things and stuff, and evidence just reveals itself. You know, it just did.
testimony, well, no, you recall the testimony of Matt Havanich, which said this was not converted, and when you convert it, this search was conducted at 11 o'clock in the morning, correct? You recall him saying, I'm not asking if you agree with it, but you recall it being said.
I know that I didn't do the search, so I couldn't tell you definitively.
So I'd like you to focus on my question. Do you recall Mr. Havanich saying that here in court?
That's what he said.
Okay. And just to be clear, publishing 351, there it is. That's a weekday. That's a Tuesday, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you typically have random people coming into your office using your desktop software?
Again, that could have been modified in a number of ways.
So,
In a
sir,
number of ways, sir.
that's not my question. My question is, as the public administrator, did you allow people to go into your office in the middle of the day and manipulate and use your computer?
I didn't allow it, but that's not to say that it didn't happen, sir.
So the answer is, you had an edict that said you're not allowed to do this, correct?
But if I wasn't around or whatever, I don't know.
Okay. I mean, you would.
He was a tyrant in the office. We read the civil lawsuit against him. He was the tyrant. Nevada does have the DP, Ken, except they took it off the table for him, and I still don't know why. Everyone, let's hit the like button while we're pausing. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Hope as the head of the department, they would have at least not used your computer, right?
I would have hoped, but you'd be surprised what happened in that office.
Okay.
He will get in every dig he can. You'd be surprised what happened in that office. The old guard, they wanted to frame me. Listen, because this is going to get really good right now.
Right, because of the conspiracy.
The
Right,
conspiracy.
okay.
This is, it gets better.
Isn't it true? I think we've heard from both your expert and Detective Jappy that there was no outgoing messages from your phone between 8:48 a.m. and 2:05 p.m. Correct?
Right.
Okay. You mentioned, or at least we've kind of heard this comment about, well, maybe I was hacked. Just to be clear, you never reported to anyone that your phone was hacked prior to September 2nd, correct?
I wouldn't have known about it because there didn't seem to be anything wrong with the phone at the time.
So the answer is you've never reported any situation that
I
you've
didn't
been
have
hacked,
knowledge of whether it had been or not.
You've never reported that your phone was stolen, correct, prior to 9/2?
That definitely did not happen.
Okay, you never reported that your house was broken into prior to 9/2,
I
correct?
did not. Nope.
And there aren't any text messages on your phone complaining about being hacked, right?
Again, if I was hacked, I might not have known it.
Well, and sometimes when we notice we've been hacked, some people will send out emails to people like, oh, ignore this email, I've been hacked, things like that, right?
There are various types of hacks, sir.
Right. Right, but there's nothing like that on your phone either, correct?
No, and again, that doesn't necessarily mean it wasn't hacked, or that somebody didn't create a false image later, or add files to that image later.
Okay, so sir, I
So
want
many
to
different ways you could have been framed. Did you hear all the ways you could have been framed? Somebody could have added to it later. Somebody could have duplicated it. Somebody could have.
you about this conspiracy a little bit. Is Rita Reid in the conspiracy?
Here we go.
Well, she certainly took money from Compass Realty and Adam Fenn.
So the answer is she conspired to murder Jeff Garman?
I don't know to what extent she had knowledge of anything other than to make sure that I got taken down.
Taken down, so she conspired to have you framed for the murder of Jeff Garman.
I don't know that she was privy to that particular part of.
So she's not part of the conspiracy. to
I
murder
can't
Jeff
say either way, sir.
Okay, so you're not tying her to this?
I don't have any evidence to tie
Can
her
we,
to
can we
this.
rule her out?
Objection, you would be allowed to answer the questions.
You gotta let it answer.
Sir, go ahead, please finish.
What was the
Okay,
question
I'll
at
ask
this
the
point.
question again. Can we rule Rita Reid out of your conspiracy to murder Jeff Garman?
I think it's weird that maybe it's not weird. Obviously, you've got to try to minimize the concern that I have with this and try to make me seem like I'm crazy for it. But
I'm
there's
just-
the evidence to back up what has been occurring. So that is what it is, sir.
Okay, so let's focus on my question. Can we rule out?
Focus.
I don't know that we can either way, sir.
Okay, so it's possible she's part of it.
I would be surprised, but I couldn't rule it out.
Okay, so it's possible.
Anything is possible.
Okay, Alicia Goodwin, is she part of this conspiracy?
Again, part of the conspiracy, sure. Part of a conspiracy,
Let me specify. Is she part of the conspiracy to murder Jeff Garman?
I would think it's unlikely.
Okay, so we can rule her out.
I mean, again, I couldn't rule anything out, but certainly I think it's unlikely.
So it's possible.
Again, anything's possible. So
Okay, so we can.
Oh, don't cut off the
I-
sound now.
That's what I said. I said
All right.
unlikely, but
Okay,
if we,
understood. How about Mr. Cahill? Is he part of the conspiracy to kill Jeff Garman?
again, highly unlikely, but
You're not ruling it out.
Without further evidence, I cannot rule it out, sir.
Gotta let it answer.
Okay, so it's possible.
Again, anything is possible, sir.
Is Thomas Monroe, who's part of Compass Realty, I believe, is he part of this conspiracy?
Thomas More.
To murder Jeff Garman?
Thomas More?
Thomas, I apologize,
Thomas
Thomas More. Is he
Even
part
I
of
know.
this?
I would think that would be likely, yes.
Okay, likely, okay.
More. We got him. Number
And
4.
Compass Realty as a business as a whole is part of this as well, to kill Mr. Garman, correct?
Again, if you recall that the best way to take me down would be to frame me for Mr. Gurman's murder. And so,
Watch
yes,
his
I do
face.
believe that.
Watch the
And I
prosecutor's
want to
face.
write that down. You said the best way to take
down.
me out is to frame you for killing Garman, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm paraphrasing, but essentially that's it.
Absolutely.
Best way to take me out.
You would agree, and I think you told this jury extensively on direct examination, what a thorn you were in the side of Compass Realty, correct?
I was, yes,
You fought them at every turn, correct?
absolutely.
You thought what they were doing was improper, correct?
I think I proved that.
Okay, you thought that so much of their wrongdoing that you actually went to the police about it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were, till the moment that you were stopped working in that office, you fought against Compass Realty, correct?
I believe when that order was entered on August 30th, that shows that. Absolutely.
And the issue for Compass Realty is because you were the public administrator, correct?
Right.
You stood in their way from doing the things that they wanted to do in terms of independent administrators, is that right?
Yes, sir. And in fact, again, that order was going to allow me to dig into them and actually prove without a doubt that Detective Jaffe was just ignoring criminal conduct, sir. Yes.
So here's the thing though.
Here we go.
You said that they did something else. They also donated to somebody. Who did they donate to?
Oh, wait, no, not
A
this.
3-3,
This is
How
good.
much money did they donate?
$10,000.
So they thought, and let me get this straight. This is, in your opinion, the things that they were doing cost in the millions. Is that right?
Absolutely.
This is $1 million scheme that they're running, correct?
Mhm.
And all they could muster to fund an opponent was 10 grand?
No, campaign laws prohibit anything over $10,000.
Yeah.
So did any other independent employees of Compass Realty shell out money for Rita?
So there's, again, Adam Fenn and also
How
Compass
much?
Realty,
How much?
$5,000 each. And so, that's all that they needed in order to.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, you have described yourself as the sole impediment for their multi-million-dollar scheme, and the only thing that they could come up with financially to stop you is just $10,000?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Somebody said, is this the DA? Whoever pointed this out earlier. This is my cursor on your TV. Do not break your TV and send me a bill. Standing to the left of the court officer, or sitting to the left of the court officer's torso, let's say, in the gray suit, white shirt. Is that the DA? Because if it is, he's going to give this ADA a raise after today.
That's your C&Es that you submitted. That's all we have, right? It's like 10 grand.
That's 10 grand on our campaign contribution report.
Right,
That
that-
is not all the money that they've given to anybody to engage in this
Are you
activity.
speculating at this point?
Ask
Have you
if you're
got
allowed
them
to
in front of
answer.
them, Nancy?
Okay, please finish the question.
Thank you.
Again, without being able to firsthand investigate, because Mr. Gurman was murdered and I had been arrested and been sitting in jail for 2 years, perhaps I'm speculating, but if I'd had that authority like I intended, I would have uncovered the various different ways that they actually tried to, thwart me. All the attorney's fees that they paid in order to pay these attorneys who would, again.
The guy was leaning back, like, they thwarted me, but otherwise I would have figured out this whole thing. I would have had all these people. They look at this though. My freeze game was on point today. Look at this. Look at this smirk out of this guy. It's thwarting me.
Thwart me. All the attorney's fees that they paid in order to pay these attorneys who would, again, this was an escalating situation that
Right.
started
Yeah.
basically. Well, hold on.
I think we're a little far afield of my question at this
Sure,
point.
okay.
I don't know that was as responsive to my question. So let me direct you back to it. You would agree like $10,000 is really not that much money. In the world of countywide races, 10 grand, not that much, correct?
In the world of county races, it's the maximum contributions for these two guys or these two entities. But
Those two guys.
Two
But
guys.
Listen, if we're talking about, like, you know how politics works. If there are businesses or special interests, they pool their money together behind a candidate, right? You
Oh my
don't
God,
know
he
that,
just
but you-
shrugged. He just shrugged. He said special interest, they pool their money behind a candidate, right? If you're not watching the screen, just watch the screen for a second. Put down your pots if you're cooking, and just, you got to see this, because the body language tells us, like, I don't know. Dude, you ran how many times as a politician?
If there are businesses or special interests, they pool their money together behind a candidate, right? You don't know that, but you were.
it depends on
running
the
for
it
political
depends
office
on the
and you don't know
situation.
that?
It depends on the situation.
Over each other.
Sir, are you going to sit here and tell this jury you've run for political office twice and you don't know that businesses or special interests pool their money together to back a candidate they really want? Are you really telling them that?
And again, I don't have firsthand knowledge of that because I've never had that happen for me.
Right.
Now, if you're talking about political action committees, I don't know,
Yeah, nobody ever put their money behind you.
what do you, PACs?
Look, the bottom line is, all they donated was 10 grand, correct?
I think that's a mischaracterization of
Fine,
everything they've done.
Let's move on. And then here's the crazy part. They won, right?
And I still kept fighting them, yes.
No, sir, you were a lame duck as of September 2nd, 2022. Isn't that right?
But I still continue to fight Compass Realty.
That's not my question. You're out of a job in that you're not an impediment as of January 1st. Isn't that right?
As of January 1st, but I was right then.
So you're trying to tell us that Compass Realty was so upset with you that they backed a candidate who wins, but then they just can't wait any longer, so they murder a reporter? They can't wait for 3 months?
I would recommend that the jury watch the video and again see the time at which the order was filed.
I would recommend that the jury watch the video. The prosecutor is losing his voice the way that I lose my voice in the days following a concert. He is so exasperated from the constant talking that he's had to do over this man all day, trying to get him to say what he wants him to say, or just answer the damn question. Here we go. I got to take it back.
Can't wait any longer, so they murder a reporter? They can't wait for 3 months?
I would recommend that the jury watch the video and again, see the time at which the order was filed. And I think you might agree that, yes, that is absolutely the case, sir.
So the answer to my question is yes.
That
Compass Realty, even though they successfully backed a candidate that defeated you in a primary, they couldn't wait another 3 months for you to leave office, correct?
because I've got the authority to really crack things open
So
right
you're-
then.
So
Again,
Who's giving you
answering
authority
questions,
as a lame
fairly
duck?
Complex questions, they require complex
I'm
answers.
sure that each of you investigator.
Sir, are you finished?
I am now, sir.
Okay, so then my next question is this. If they hated you so much,
I don't think they know me to hate me, but sure.
well, I mean, they're willing to kill people over you, right?
I guess they would have hated me, yeah.
Right. And if they hated you so much, why didn't they just kill you?
That's it.
That's a really good question, and I would like to answer it.
Oh, I'm going to ask, if they hated you, so why didn't they just kill you? If you were such a threat to Compass Realty's $6 million profit or $8 million or whatever it was, why are they killing Garman and framing you for it? Why wouldn't they just kill you? And he's got an answer for it. So let's take it back in case you're listening. This chat is awesome, Mama Jamma. Mama Jamma. Sorry to misname you, Mama Jamma. If they hated you so much,
You, right?
I guess that's a really good question, and
And if they hated you so much, why didn't they just kill you?
that's a really good question, and I would like to answer it. My belief as to why they did.
Please tell me why they didn't
So-
just bother killing you.
Because if they'd killed me, would that have stopped Nevada State Division from investigating them? No. If they killed me, would anybody have felt the duty to continue my work because I was actually doing this? I think so. So murdering me would have not discredited me. It would not have put me in a position where all the work that I was doing just got left by the wayside. It would make no sense to kill me.
So your theory is that Jeff Garman is collateral damage?
When you've taken into account the fact that months earlier we had this public feud, it's a pretty convenient way to do this.
So the guy who writes the articles that ends your career, they reward him by killing him?
yeah.
Well, again, like I said, it was a pretty good way to do this.
And let's not get it twisted. Rita and Alicia are part of the conspiracy that loop in Jeff Garman, and they're in cahoots with Compass. So they're like, you know what? Thanks, Jeff, but you got to go. That's what you're suggesting?
And like
Right.
I said, I don't know that they knew about that particular aspect of the conspiracy, sir.
Okay.
I mean, I would certainly think that they wouldn't, because you're right. I can't imagine that they would know and be okay with that, sir.
Isn't it also
Wait, so now you're saying that Rita and Alicia were not part of the conspiracy? These are two of the women who filed the federal lawsuit against him in the office, him in the county. There's a 48 hours episode on this that's great. I linked it to, I think, my first pretrial video. You should go back and watch it because we have not seen these women testify. And they talk throughout the 48 hours episode, and the way he treated them. I mean, some of them break down crying during that. If you want, I'll link it again in this description as well. It's worth a watch. It's only about 45 minutes, but the way they describe him as a boss and as is horrific.
also true that Roberta testified that once you lost, Rita Reed was actually reversing the things that you did in the office, right?
That would be her prerogative at that point.
Okay. So changes were even afoot before you had even left office, correct?
Sure.
And you even told us that once Rita took over, nothing came of the things that you wanted to, like none of the things that you wanted investigated were ever done, right?
I was talking about the fact that I had this investigative authority against Compass Realty that I had just gotten just a few days before Mr. Gurman was murdered, and she never picked up that torch and ran with it. And it's clear why she didn't, because Compass Realty gave her that money, despite the fact that, as you saw, sir, she, and these homes.
Oh, don't.
Yes,
So
sir.
the answer to my question is yes. Rita Reed never followed through with the things that the authority that you had, correct?
Regarding Compass Realty, yes, sir.
Thank you. And just to be clear, she was going to have full authority as of January, right?
Yes, sir.
And the authority could have gotten Compass in trouble, but that risk was eliminated once they put Rita in, according to your theory, right?
Again, once she actually became the public administrator, that would be the case. But while I was still, as you call it, a lame duck, I was still coming after them.
As you call it,
So
a lame duck.
your
You never heard that
suggestion is-
before?
Your thought is murder was the only way.
There might have been other ways, but it was again, if they didn't do it, they sure had a windfall for it that they didn't expect.
So how did Compass break into your home to
Again,
plant this evidence?
like I said before, I don't know how it got in there, but I did not put
How
it
did
there,
they
sir.
plant the hat?
Again, I don't know how it got there, but I didn't put it there.
How did they plant the shoes?
I don't know how it got under the couch, but I did not put it there.
How did they get your DNA in there?
Again, I don't know when and where that DNA was allegedly obtained, so I couldn't say, sir.
How did they put the images in your phone?
Again, I don't know if that was in my phone or on a corrupt image or what have you. Again, you cannot say when or where any of this occurred, really.
You can't say.
And
Nobody
Again-
can say because you're making it up.
when they executed this warrant, the police, they did that also in the presence of your wife, correct?
Not exactly, sir, if I may. So,
I
So the
may.
question is,
Oh my God. Dude, that's not the question. All right, I put the link below in the description. Don't go now, though. Watch it later.
no?
not all of them did.
Okay,
And so,
no question pending. I appreciate, you'll have a chance on redirect.
okay.
Oh my God, how much is left of this?
So let's start focusing on May of 2012, or May of 2022. Sorry about that. Fair to say that the dynamics in the office aren't great at that point.
That's correct, sir.
Rita and the old guard are unhappy with you and the new guard. Would that be correct?
Yeah, sure.
And the members of the new guard included you, Roberta, and Nicole. Would that be accurate?
That was just some of us.
Okay. There were a couple others.
I believe there were actually 10 folks, and after Jay retired, it was just 4 old guards, so as you
For old
as has
guards.
been stated.
No.
So 6 of us who are, and that didn't include me either. So I guess it'd be 7 of us versus the 4 people who had gotten there before I did.
Okay. So you agreed to do a sit-down interview on May 11th of 2022 with Jeff German, correct?
Yes, sir.
Why did you agree to do this interview?
Because I wanted to dispel the notion that, there was any concern.
You were being accused of a series of things, including creating emotional stress on your employees, correct?
Right,
Bullying?
Right.
And engaging in an inappropriate relationship, correct?
right.
Okay. When
Yeah.
you sat down to do this interview, did you want to get the truth out?
To a certain extent, yes, but when it came to the office issues, yes, sir.
Okay. When you sat down, when you spoke with him, were you truthful in your interview?
Not entirely, no.
Okay. What were you untruthful about?
About the extent of the relationship with me and Roberta Lee Kennett.
Okay.
Oh,
What was different? What did you say versus the truth?
I said that, she and I had no affair, but, regrettably, we did have, and when I say regrettably, I think we both regret the mistake, but we had a romantic affair with each other.
Okay. So you did.
okay. So now he's opening the door to this whole thing. Roberta was not asked about any of this on the stand. She's already testified. And now he's admitting that he lied about it. So now he's opening the door to it. See what just happened there? Regrettable for her is right, Kim Farnham. Fair.
You did lie to him, correct, on that topic?
I didn't think that was for the public's business.
That's not my question. My question
Yes,
is,
I did lie regarding that particular issue, yes.
now, you would agree with me, at the moment you sat down for that interview, you were in the throngs of a re-election campaign, correct?
Yes, sir.
You would agree with me that the public administration job was something very important to you.
I mean, sure. Yes. Obviously, again, it was important at the time. Yes.
I mean, well, listen, you told us a little bit about your story. I mean, right? I mean, you put yourself through law school, you opened up a law firm, You were elected to this job. You were proud of the work you were doing at the PA's office, correct?
Yeah, absolutely was.
Okay, and you wanted to remain in that job, correct?
I certainly
See
did.
him in frame.
And you would agree with me that if you had been entirely truthful, that may not have helped your election prospects. Would that be correct?
That was certainly not the sole motivation for lying.
And I understand that, but that is a factor, correct?
I don't know, again, I don't know that I necessarily consider that to be the primary factor, or honestly consider it to be a factor at all. My main concern was having any embarrassment or any, for both of our families, that kind of thing.
And listen, that's totally fair, right? You're concerned about your family, maybe you're concerned about Roberta's family, understood. And that for you is the main reason why you're not being truthful about that.
Right.
Okay.
I'm just
So, you sit down.
He's just
Did you feel after speaking with him that you thought Gehrman would give you a fair shake?
I did. I thought we had a pretty good conversation. I walked outside with him. I told him more about a lot of the issues that had occurred at the office before I got there, and about the way that, the strange things that had happened. That I won't get into it, but yes, I thought by the time we were done that, that he understood what was really going on at the office.
Okay. And when he, sorry, excuse me 1 second. When that was published, you were very upset, correct?
Yeah, I was shocked at, what ended up coming out versus what we had discussed. Yes, sir.
Were you devastated?
I don't know if
Oh, they cut out the
that I
sound.
ever, consider myself devastated on anything. I was certainly upset.
He's never been devastated about anything. Did he really just say that? Okay, let's hear that again.
And, that I ever, consider myself devastated on anything. I was certainly upset. I was, hurt for, that this came out, but that was that day.
Sure. And on that day, and let's just be clear, because not only does it potentially jeopardize your work, but it jeopardizes potentially the family stability. Fair?
In a sense, yes, my wife did forgive me, but it certainly, it wasn't good optically for, obviously my children and, have them teased by other kids or what have you. So from that respect, it was a little hard on them.
And here's the thing, he didn't have to write it the way he did, but he chose to do so, correct?
Certainly, yes.
And you talked to him about how upset you were when you saw, I'm assuming, an advanced copy of it, or at least before.
No, I believe it was actually after it was released. I think people have been misstating the date of the article because I think my text was after. I don't know if it got republished and the date changed or what have you.
Yeah, so, and like if we publish 353A, we can see here, the date on this is May 16th, correct?
Okay.
But you agree sometimes what happens is like the RJ will throw up an article online at night, and so maybe it's the night before, and then maybe in a publication it's for the next day. Something along those lines. Okay, so because your text messages with Mr. Gehrman reacting to this actually happened on the 15th, isn't that right?
Right, sir.
Okay.
Right.
So I want to talk about that.
He quit. He's quiet quitting. I want to say it's not Alan. It was, holy crap, what his name just gave me, Draskovich. Draskovich is quiet quitting. Look at him back there. This is the face of a man and the body language of a man who is quiet quitting in his very expensive suit and tie, right in front of the worldwide audience.
Right?
Right, sir.
Okay.
Right.
So I want to talk about that if we could. We could cue over.
I love that you keep me laughing.
Now on direct, you said it was a bummer, right? Or was that the election loss? I can't remember. I don't. Which was the bummer?
I think and maybe I can't remember what was a bummer per se. The articles certainly were not, I wasn't happy about them.
Bummer. Those were your words. That was your word
Let's
choice.
turn to this message. It's on page 4.
Mhm.
And you state, I don't know what to say. I told you about how much this has all impacted me. You heard from employees who are being harassed by these people.
All about him. All the
Provided you
time.
proof. I'm assuming that's proof, correct? It says prove, it's a typo.
It might have auto-corrected and yeah.
Understood.
Yeah.
Provided you proof that I was doing my best to actually smooth things over after I had to make hard decisions. Still, you wrote an article that makes me sound like I'm the guilty one. That was not fair or balanced, correct?
Yes, sir, I wrote that.
You were very, very upset when you wrote that.
Yeah, and I guess it says I'm very distraught right now. Clearly, there are typos in my message.
And you held him responsible because he was the one who chose to write the words, correct?
Again, at the time, I was upset.
So the answer to my question is yes. You held Mr. Gehrman responsible because he chose to write this article in this particular way.
If I had to hold anyone responsible in any sense, I guess the context that you're saying, I mean, certainly not enough to murder him.
That wasn't my question.
Okay, I guess I'm trying to get a sense of what the wordplay is here.
Well, it's not wordplay. You held him responsible. He chose to write it that particular way, right?
On that day, I felt that, again, he would totally misconstrue things. So I was upset with him and I told him I was upset with him.
Okay. So that's how you were feeling on May 15th, correct?
Correct. Mhm.
And you even say, I've done so much for that office. I told you I've been followed and that I caught Rita following me. You decided to take it on her word that she wasn't, however clearly she was. It seems to me you valued sensationalism or the value of a potential takedown than actually telling the truth. Thank you for helping him drop more pressure on my life.
Yeah, and I think that was a typo with the him. It was probably a them instead.
Understood.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
That's the worst
you
part of it.
described this probably as a
Typo.
case. Would that be correct?
Honestly, yes.
A character assassination, correct?
Yes.
And he's the one who chose it to write it that way,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
You can't even admit a typo. Beetlejuice. Oh, we talking about VP? Oh, Laura, I see what you're saying.
And then what happens is about 9 days go by and he reaches out to you again,
Mhm.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, the primary election was held on June 14th, correct?
I don't recall, but you're probably right.
Okay, so we have one article that gets into not just the inner workings of the office, but is hitting you on personal stuff. And now he's reaching out to try to do another article, right?
Right, sir.
Fair to say, you've got to be upset.
I don't know if at this point I was still upset. I couldn't remember. I know that I
You
had
in
to
a
at a certain
blackout?
point, start to try to, basically combat this with my own narrative to try to, again, win the race.
Right. You're so concerned about Jeff Gehrman's articles that you start literally creating websites to try to fight against it, correct?
Yeah.
I wanted the truth to come out, yeah.
Right. That's how significant the article was to you.
In the sense that I wanted to win the race and I needed to dispel what was in the articles, yes, sir.
The ADA's name is Christopher Hamner. He is awesome.
You must have felt that this guy is just personally out to get you at this point.
Not personally out to get me. I thought he was a friend of John Cahill's.
Okay.
Later, I found out that Alicia Goodwin's father was a friend of his.
That must have been infuriating.
I mean, it is what it is. You know, like I said, by the time, about a month later, I think you see my tweets. I'm more just trying to.
Well, we'll talk about different things over time that we see from you. But moving on, you end up providing a written statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
I imagine you're hopeful that you're going to get more of a balanced article from him, correct?
No, sir.
Okay, you're just hoping he'll just publish something, correct?
I'm just hoping that it wouldn't be too bad because I'd already figured by this point, it's like, well, you know what? He's going to do what he's going to do.
But it was pretty bad, wasn't it?
Again,
It's the same stuff. Right? He's trashing you, correct?
But there's a certain point which you kind of get desensitized to things,
Sure.
right?
No,
And so
you
by the
don't.
time the fourth article came out, I was like, oh, whatever, right? I will say that when it comes,
An objection, he's,
Do you believe that by the time the fourth article came out, Boss Baby was just like, whatever. Anybody believe that? Show of hands.
answering the question.
I know, but sir, the witness is non-responsive to the question.
He's answering the question that's posed, and it's a complex
I'm
question.
asking him to ask the question again.
You're upset because he's trashing you, correct?
again, I couldn't say at that time that I was still upset or just trying to fight to win the race.
Okay. This was not helping your election, was it?
No, that it certainly wasn't.
No, certainly.
So then we have, let's do this, let me back out.
Not this lighting.
And
Like,
it,
Hold on a second. I'd like to now turn to some items that pop up in your phone kind of around this time. So there is this image from May 20th.
Mhm.
I'm going to publish that. This was found in your phone, correct?
yes, it was, sir.
You're not denying that this was something actually in your phone.
No, and I can tell you why I did.
I'm not asking you that question, but the title of this is How to Push Down Negative Search Results, correct?
oh, he's writing it down. Hoslong to
Correct?
die in
Yes,
cold.
sir.
Did you search that too? Hoslong to die in cold? Because we know you
We
watched
have
that
these
trial.
kind of inflammatory tweets that you're tracking where they're talking about you, correct?
I was not tracking these. These were given to me by Roberta Lee Kennett.
Okay, so
I
people are
remember
sending them to you, right?
No, Roberta was helping
yes.
you.
And then
Lava.
you have this message here to Mr. Kinsley. And just to be clear, that is a message that is being kind of issued out on the 15th, which would have been like that day that article came out, right? Is that correct? Because
Yep,
you had said,
sure.
because the article was dated, the original one's dated 5/16, and we had that conversation about it released earlier, right?
Right.
Okay. So let's look and see what you say here. Isn't it true you tell Mr. Kingsley, I'm working to bring the full truth to light? I guess I want to focus on, you're kind of maintaining the same posture that you had with Gehrman, right? About these things, some things are true. None of this stuff is true, correct?
Well, and again, like I said, I'll point out that I did lie in this message because I did not want to
Oh.
publicly embarrass my family further.
Right.
Right.
And to be
Once you start admitting about lies, here's the thing. The jury can disregard everything you say. So once you've already admitted to lying, your credibility is shot. So thank you for that.
fair, it's understandable, but so this is something that the potential impact on your family is so significant. You're even telling people in this context like it's not true because that's an important thing to protect. Fair?
I don't think that my wife would have left me, but certainly I didn't want them to have to go through any embarrassment or any pain.
Sure. And I want to focus down here at the very bottom because I know you said, I was kind of over it and things like that. Isn't it true you state here you have no idea how hard it's been? You say that, correct?
That was that same day, and that was referring to the troubles that I had with the ladies in the office, that no matter what I was doing to try to actually make peace with them, giving them raises, whatever things that still
You tried to make peace with them by giving them raises. Did he give those women raises? I don't think so. I think that was a misspeaking.
again, I had to be a cheerleader for the other employees while trying to minimize the damage they were doing.
Okay. You say I'm truly devastated, correct?
And that was again on the same day that I texted Mr. Gehrman.
So the answer is yes.
Yep.
Love how you guys are so collaborative. Thanks, Danielle Alexander.
Out to county officials to see if there's anything that they can do to help rein in Rita Reed's behavior.
That I don't recall. I mean, if you got something to show that, as long as,
Okay.
I don't know.
All right. So
Oh,
let's-
I did talk to HR about how to best handle disciplinary issues and got their advice and did things appropriately.
Okay.
if that's what you're referring to.
I'm just asking. And so now that brings us to the primary, which is June 14th of 2022. You would agree with me, when that day began, you were hopeful that you were going to win, correct?
You're always hopeful when you're running for an election.
You had gone out, you had canvassed neighborhoods, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were expressing to your friends and family that, yeah, I think we're going to pull this out, correct?
Obviously, you always want to have an optimistic face no matter what, but I wasn't 100% sure that I was going to win or not.
Okay. But ultimately, you lose. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you don't place second. You end up placing third. Is that right?
Oh, that's
All
rough
three
for
of
the
us were
public.
pretty tight though, but yes.
Right. And I'm going to approach with what's been marked as stage proposed 377.
Rough for an incumbent.
Does that appear to be kind of the accurate outcome of the election?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's a fair and accurate depiction of those results.
I think so. Like I said, it was pretty close.
At this time, we're asking state permission to admit states 377. Sure. Sorry about that.
There's no objection.
Publishing 377, we can cue over. So when we look at this, you don't lose by much, do you?
No.
I mean, what, a little more than 2,000 votes, correct?
Right.
Jeff Garman didn't write any articles about Carolyn Escobar in a negative fashion, did he?
Great point.
I wouldn't think so.
I mean, leading up to this election, he didn't do that, correct?
Correct?
He didn't do that about Rita.
No.
Fair to say, in your opinion, if Jeff Garman hadn't written these articles, you probably end up winning that primary.
Probably yes.
Oh, now you have motive. There's your motive.
It had to be crushing, correct?
No, it was disappointing, but again, I knew that my chances were 50-50, so I was prepared for a loss. And I think my conciliation post on Facebook was pretty clear that, hey, you know what? We tried really hard. We gave it our go. But, I'm going to go serve families as a probate attorney again. I'm ready to go back to work. And, and I got a lot of support when I made that post.
Okay. But everything that you work for is gone because of a couple of articles that say things that you don't think are really true, correct? Especially about the work stuff, right?
It wasn't the articles per se. It was obviously Rita and Alicia.
Obviously.
Who got Jeff Garman into the fold to publicly tear you down.
They did, yes.
And he agreed to do it.
Yeah.
So now I want to focus on just 2 days later. 2 days later. Oh, can we cue over? Sorry. 2 days later, Jeff Garman writes to you, correct?
Mm-hmm.
At this point, you are kind of right on teetering on the verge of conceding, correct?
I think it took a long time for the count to occur. It was almost a week. So we were,
Count.
this is
Always
a while
about the
back. So
count.
if I remember correctly, we were still waiting for the final outcome. And yeah, so this was.
So you're down as of May 16th. You're losing in the race, correct?
It was kind of similar to what you saw on that report in the sense that things kept going up and down, but it was I think if I'm not mistaken, it was somewhere in those 1,000, 2,000 between the three of us, but Rita would go up, then Caroline would go up, and so it was more of a tug of war between them and that was pretty much
So it's
in third place at all times.
So it's very close, right?
It was really close.
You don't know how at this point, as of June 16th, you still don't officially know how this one's going to shake out, correct?
Based on the fact that I never came out of third place during the whole thing, I was pretty sure that it was done.
Okay. But nevertheless, Jeff Garman comes calling again, correct?
Mm-hmm. And it's about that truth website that I created.
Right. And you just say, it's fine at this point. They won. Do what you like.
Mm-hmm.
Fair to say you felt resigned at this point?
Yeah, like just, you know what, what's it going to do at this point? Whatever, you know?
Well,
Whatever.
You wrote another one, correct?
Mhm.
Uh,
That is, yes.
Fair to
Excuse me,
say
Your
you weren't happy
I just put a poll up in the chat. If you had to vote right now and you were on the jury, how would you vote? Guilty or not guilty?
with that coverage. It wasn't positive, was it?
Honor. Again, I don't remember if I cared or not. And I know I started to poke fun at him
Of course
on
you cared.
Twitter, but
You care
you
about
know,
everything.
it came to a point where it was just me trying to, I think, see if I couldn't get him to put more light on my website.
Okay. And so then on June 18th, he publishes this article number 3, correct?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Yes.
And then just 6 days later, on June 22nd, he publishes a 4th article about you officially losing, but pointing out that you remain combative, correct?
Yeah, which again was inaccurate, but sure. Yes.
Okay, so again, it's inaccurate reporting about you, the 4th one.
Right. Right. Like I said, by this point, I was just having fun with it.
Well, let's be, Mr. Telles, you didn't like Jeff Garriman by this point, did you?
I mean, sure. I did not like him.
You hated him, isn't that correct?
And
Yeah.
I don't know if hate, I mean, there might have been various points throughout that where I might have felt like that, but I don't know that he was not a central figure in my life. I'll put it that
really?
way.
He is the
Really?
figure that ends up causing you to leave your job as public
Mhm.
administrator for Clark County,
Yeah.
correct?
Again, I don't blame him per se. I blame Rita and I blame Alicia.
Sir, you just told this jury that if those articles weren't written, hold on,
Go
I'm
ahead.
not finished.
How many times has
You
he
just-
changed his theory during this cross-examination of who's framing him? Now it's the women, not Jeff Garriman?
Told this jury like 5 minutes ago that if Mr. Garriman hadn't written these 4 articles, you believe you would have won the race.
Yeah. But again, if Rita and Alicia hadn't gone to Alicia's dad to ask for this favor, those articles wouldn't have happened.
So the answer to my question is yes.
Who I
If
would
Mr.
who I'd
Garriman-
hold most responsible is not Mr. German.
Sir, that's not my question.
Okay.
My question is, you believe if Mr. Garriman had not written these 4 articles, you would have won the race, correct?
I do believe that, yes.
Okay, there's your
You
motive.
hated him by this point in time, isn't that right?
I could not say whether I hated him by this point in time. And if how long I might have hated him, if,
Roberta said you hated him.
Roberta is entitled to her own opinion.
Oh, now
I
you're
don't
going to
know
revert
that I
on
ever
the
said
bus?
I hated him.
Okay.
Jalaba. Jalaba. He
So-
admitted it, so I can say it.
Now we're in July.
Oh man,
Fair
how
to
much longer
say,
does this go
working
on?
in that office had to have
We're gonna just speed it up
been
because
hard.
it's long. I'm getting tired. All right.
In July.
So after the election loss, I ended up, so I guess back up a little bit. When Mike Murphy came into the office, it was not a directive from Clark County. It was a request. Jeff Wells said, hey, you've got this situation. I think, maybe if we bring in Mr. Murphy, he could help you kind of be an independent, arbiter of sorts. And he said that, you don't have to say yes. This is not, we have no right to force this on you. It's entirely up to you. And I said, what, sounds like a great idea. Let's do it. So brought him in. But then again, that got misconstrued, it is what it is at this point.
It is what it is at this
But so once I lost the election, he and Rita had taken over the duties primarily. And I did, most of my work from home, coming in a couple of days a week just to, do things here and there.
Okay, so to go back to my question, was July hard? Yes or no?
I guess my answer would be not as, I didn't have to deal with the first, the day-to-day frustrations I used to deal with when I was in the office 50 hours a week.
So you came in less.
Yes,
Correct.
sir. Mhm.
Rita assumed more of a responsibility.
Right, sir.
Even though you were still the acting duly elected public administrator.
Right. We decided, just.
I'm going to publish Exhibit 340. We can cue over to the Elmo. On June 13th, I don't know if you are aware of this back in the day, but an email is sent out.
That's the DA.
Sorry?
This is the
Sorry
DA.
about that. July 13th of 2022, Jeff Garriman is making a public records request, correct?
That's the DA, right? Magnolia Gypsy? I don't know his name, but
Yes, sir.
Now, in July, you have already lost your race, correct?
Right.
So the election isn't at stake. Is that correct?
Correct.
You will be gone in a matter of 6 months, right?
Right.
And now Jeff Garriman is asking for all emails between Public Administrator Robert Telles and State Recorder Roberta Lee Kennett from January 1st to the date that this is fulfilled, correct?
Right.
He also wanted all of your communications, including messages between you and Roberta, correct?
Right.
He wanted you to provide, or wanted the county to provide all text messages between you and Roberta, correct?
Right.
From your personal cell phones.
Yes, he did, but he was not allowed to have them. But yes,
Understood, but I mean, that's how far this is going. And additionally, and I didn't read that in the middle, it included a request for Microsoft Teams messages as well. Isn't that right?
Right.
Okay. Now, sir, you are familiar with the county's policy. Well, let's do it this way. You testified to this jury that, before the records request went out for the Teams messages, you had reviewed them and you didn't have any issues with them, correct?
and I'd love to elaborate on that if I could.
So I need you to focus on my question. Yes or no?
I had an
Sir?
opportunity to, yes, I have an opportunity to review them before.
Judge, it's a two-way street on this one.
Okay, if you can answer the question, yes or no.
I haven't finished the question yet.
Oh,
And I can ask Mr. Hamner if he wants you to answer the question.
I need you to listen. I need to finish the question.
I thought you were done. Sorry.
Well, yes or no? You testified on direct examination that you reviewed Teams messages and you did not have an issue with them, correct?
The production that I understood was going to be sent to Mr. German, yes.
Right. And just to be clear, you were familiar with the county's policy about what gets produced in a public records request, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so isn't it true that under this county policy, personal messages would not be produced under a public records request?
That is correct.
Okay. So any personal communications between you and her wouldn't go out to Mr. Garriman, correct?
That is absolutely correct.
And that is why, and so you're like, I don't have any issue with that other stuff going on, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But let's be clear about something. The election's over, right?
Mhm.
And Jeff Garriman,
Yeah, yes, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
seems to still be digging about you and Roberta, isn't that right?
Yes, but there's nothing to dig, provided obviously that if he was going to receive what I saw, then there was nothing for him to dig.
I mean, you'd agree, reporters typically don't ask for records requests unless they're planning on doing a story, correct?
Sometimes I think they're just fishing to see if there is a story.
And according to this records request, he's fishing about one thing, it's you and Roberta, right?
Right.
Which you told us back in May, when you sat down with your interview with Jeff Garriman, the number one priority was to, protect your family and not really dig into that, correct? Or at least disclose that, correct?
I'm sorry.
You told us when you met with Garriman on May 11th, you had said, I was truthful about some things, but I wasn't truthful about everything. The one thing I didn't want to talk about was the indiscretions. And you said that the reason for that was I was really concerned about my family, correct? Okay. The election's over. You're on your way out. And now this guy is wanting to ask more questions about you and Roberta, right?
Yep.
It's not about you and Rita, right?
There's a I know there was a later request for those other emails that got appended to this, but I don't know if you remember that with
But just in this specific request, he's not asking for communications between you and Rita, right?
Correct.
He's not asking for communications between you and Alicia, right?
Correct.
It's just about you and Roberta.
Right.
He's not leaving it alone, is he?
I think he's still fishing.
That had to have been frustrating, Mr. Telles.
No, it was not, because I knew he wasn't going to have anything based on what I reviewed from the production.
Okay. So it's your testimony that the possibility of a fifth article didn't concern you at all when the potential source of the request is just about your communications between you and Roberta. You're telling us that's not a concern at this point in time.
Again, so I can explain to you how things.
Yes or no? Is it a concern or is it not?
Not at the time that I reviewed those documents. No.
Okay. So now let's jump forward to August 8th of 2022. On that day, Dan Coolin emails you and starts to tell you about the production request, that it's going to start to happen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's on August 8th, right?
Yes, sir.
Do this quickly here. August 8th. 4 days later, in your phone, the Google Maps and bronze circles start popping up, correct?
No, sir.
Read this out to me. What does that say?
That says August 12th, 2022.
Publishing 360.
poll results are 99% guilty, 1% not guilty, but there's only something like 300 and something votes. So if you want to vote, vote quick, because there's about 1,000 more people in the chat that could vote.
64, this is the street surveillance. Please read out to me what the date is on that.
August 15th, 2022.
You would agree that August 12th is just 4 days after August 8th, correct?
I would.
You would agree with me that August 15th is just 7 days after August 8th, correct?
I would.
And if we go back to the overhead, 354. I want you to read the date on entry number 1 on that.
The modified date?
Yeah.
8/23, 2022.
I wish I could do the math on that one. I feel like that's like about 2 weeks after August 8th, correct?
Somewhere on there.
We also heard from Nicole Lofton, correct?
Yes, sir.
Nicole Lofton was employee of the public administrator's office, correct?
Yes, sir.
A member, as you describe it, of the New Guard, correct? She was on Team Telles, fair?
Sure. Yes.
Okay.
Team Telles.
You had
Team Telles. Is anybody in here on Team Telles? Or is this person the only one?
text messages between you and Nicole Lofton through the course of your time as a public administrator, correct?
If you've got them, then sure. I don't recall.
Okay, well, I'm going to approach for a second. So I'm going to show opposing counsel what's been marked as Exhibit 376. Just an excerpt of some things, but take a look. And how are you feeling about Jeff Garriman's next upcoming article?
I don't recall.
Are you concerned at all?
I don't recall.
Okay. Well, let me show you what's been marked as Exhibit 376, or proposed Exhibit 376. Why don't you just take a minute and flip through those and let me know if you recognize essentially what you're looking at there.
Case was verified by voice, phone, email, text, in this recession.
We need a time for a break as well.
Yeah.
Oh, good, a break.
We need a time for a break as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can do that. That's fine.
All right, this time we're going to take a.
Great.
During this recession, admonish not to.
Jury leaves, Telles does not walk back to anywhere. So those of you who, I know some of you are watching this for like the third time today. So like how much is there left? All right, let's see. Is he gonna
Thank you. Sir.
Particular.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
3:35 and they go until what time? Okay, so there's like 20 minutes left.
But when we heard kind of cross questions and testimony from Zach about there being this
The file into me was over.
Argumentative.
It is.
pagination. And so that's just the ones in green. That. Thank you. So you had a chance to review those text messages?
Yes, sir.
That's a fair and accurate depiction of some of the text messages you have with Nicole.
Yes,
correct?
yes.
At this time, we'd ask that these be admitted, states proposed 376.
No objection.
So again,
Thanks, Cheryl.
just to set the stage, like how are you feeling in early August about Jeff Garriman and his articles?
Like I said, I don't know that I thought any way about Jeff Garriman in particular.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. All right. So.
Lies, yeah. We have an
That's just the
emoji
one
for that.
That's you, correct?
Lies,
That's just the first
yeah.
page. It goes back to August 17th of 2021. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. So this message is from June 15th. That's the day of the primary, at least the day after the primary, correct?
Yes, sir.
I think you state, is it true you state, good morning, full results aren't in yet. It's about a three-way tie with me last by around 2,000 votes. The precincts I'm counting on aren't in yet. And Nicole says, praying, right?
Mhm.
And you say, me too.
Yes.
Turning to what's marked as page 64, just on the actual pagination. If we look at this bottom email, at 6:15 at 12 o'clock p.m., she writes to you, folks are prancing around like you conceded. Did you? Do you remember her writing that to you?
Not until I see it now, but it's been a while.
Okay. And then your response is, isn't true, your response was, no, I'll check the website to see if a winner was declared. And she responds, okay, correct?
Yes.
Did you indicate that if I lost, I will protect you until you can get a new position? Is that
Yes.
right?
Oh.
She responds, I appreciate that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is it true? Then you say, I'm so sorry, Nicole, I tried so hard, I almost made a comeback, but it's done, correct?
Right.
And that's at 3:16 p.m. on the 15th, isn't that right?
Right.
And you say here, unfortunately, too many people bought the lies, isn't that right?
Right.
And when you're saying that, you're referring to the voters, correct?
Yeah.
And the lies were propagated by those articles, correct?
Yes.
That Mr. Garriman wrote.
Right.
We look down here at the end, she says, I'm so sorry, will you work until the end of the year or resign? Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
She says, thank you for believing me. Is that right?
Yes.
Fair to say she cared for you and how you treated her in the office, correct?
Right.
All right. And you told her back, I very much believe in you. You have been my best employee. I'm so sorry that I couldn't pull it off. Isn't that correct?
Right.
And she lets you know that you fought hard. Isn't that right?
Right.
And we see here on 6:15, you even say to her, I'll stay on until the end of the year, although if they aren't messing with you, I don't know that I'll spend a ton of time in the office, correct?
Right.
Essentially ceding power to Rita Reed, correct?
Right.
And Rita Reed is friendly to Compass Realty, correct?
Right.
And so your intentions were to step away from that office or lower your profile even as early as June 15th of 2022.
Right.
So you would be less of a threat to Compass Realty even then, correct? Because you'd be stepping away and not spending a ton of time in the office.
No, sir. The evidence proves otherwise.
Thank you, JDT Character Girl, for your first super chat ever. Love you right back. Thank you.
And then we look here at text on June 21st. Nicole says, now Alicia is in the other cubicle counting the files that were left in there. These people are so sick. They spend half the day trying to get you instead of working. The you she's referring to is yourself, correct?
I don't know if it was that or, generally saying you in that sense, like, because I don't have files in a cubicle.
Okay.
So it might have been, that perception that, I don't know how to explain that. I think you get it.
Contextually, she's talking about the old guard, correct?
She is talking about them, but as far as whether she's talking about herself or me, I don't know.
Understood. But she believes these people are sick, is that right?
That's her opinion. And, they did some pretty tough stuff.
Oh, and it appears you share that same opinion. You say yes, like they think it all still matters, correct?
Right. Like they're still trying to sabotage me, but it's pointless at this point, right?
Well, you say it's pointless. We'll get to that in a second.
Sure.
You then also say she's probably trying to get fodder to pass to the reporter, correct?
Yes.
So the reporter is still on your mind, isn't that right?
Just from the standpoint
Yeah.
that they're still trying to concoct things, and that's why I decided to stay away from the office so they couldn't concoct anything anymore.
Because the articles were damaging, correct?
They were damaging, yes.
Professionally and personally.
Primarily professionally, because obviously I had to figure out something else to do for work, which again, I'm a lawyer, so I guess, rehang my shingle if I can, do whatever I can.
And that's a really interesting point. On August 8th, we've seen how that's the day you get notified that Gehrman wants stuff between you and Rita, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I want to look at page, it's marked on the bottom of page 110.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it true that you tell Nicole at 12:28, you're dealing with a lot, I'm sorry, for me, this may have a long-term impact. I have people that no longer talk to me. Also, I'm worried in this digital age that the articles could potentially follow me around for years to come. I'm actually worried I might not have any good employment prospects after this, correct?
Yes.
And it just so happens that you were then informed that Gehrman is snooping around looking to potentially do another article, correct?
Yep.
And
He's ramping up. He knows he's toast. He's ramping up. I mean, you're right. I think this guy could have stopped a half an hour ago. He's really like, this is like so much, but it's effective, I think. Jennifer, thank you for your super sticker. For those of you who watched me this morning and then went to work and then came back and I was on again, I did take a break. So I can't take all the credit for being here for your entire day, but thanks.
you're telling Nicole in confidence that you believe your future employment is jeopardized because of the articles, right?
Yeah.
Yes, but the damage was already done. So it's not, whether he wrote another article, he wrote 10 more articles, it was irrelevant at this point.
Well, apparently you don't say that though in your email. You don't say in that text message. You don't say, but the damage is already done. Do you? You don't say that in that message, correct?
Well, it says that the articles are going to have an impact, and you would think that would refer to previously published articles. So I think that it's assumed that, it's done is done. So
Sir,
if he goes on and does 10 more articles, same net effect. Right.
Sir, to go back to
He's closing his eyes. He is so done. This DA is so done. He is like, he can't even keep his eyes open anymore. He's like, enough. Stop. Just answer the damn question.
my question. Isn't it true you never use the words the damage is already done, correct?
Not in this particular message, no.
Right. And you state, also, I'm worried in this digital age that the articles could potentially follow me around for years to come. I'm actually worried I might not have any good employment prospects after this, correct?
I'd say it'd be better than if I had actually murdered Mr. Gehrman.
So, sir, we're going to go back to my question. Isn't that what you wrote in the text message?
Yes.
I feel like Auntie
4 days
Beth's
later,
hanging in my
Google
chair.
Maps images start popping up in your phone, correct?
Glasses to
7 days later, on the 15th, surveillance is being conducted on a street, correct?
Not by me.
And on the 23rd, multiple images of Gehrman's information about what car he drives and where he lives is literally being screenshotted of your desktop computer, correct?
Not by me.
Not by me. It wasn't me.
Because if it was you, that would be a big problem, wouldn't it?
Conclusion, it's argumentative.
It is argumentative.
We'll move on.
Phrase it.
No, we can move on.
Yeah, you made your point. You got all the points.
Publishing 342. Then you receive this email on 9/1, correct?
Yes, sir.
You receive it at 5:45 p.m.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
And we heard from Roberta, who talked about
wait, this is the day before the
this,
murder.
right? And she had indicated that the release of the information to Gehrman was just around the corner, correct?
Right.
Let me find this.
And I knew in advance that it'd be only.
Sir, there's no question pending.
He just keeps wanting to say what he wants to say.
5:45 on September 1st, you get the information. You get notified that Jeff Gehrman is soon to receive personal records requests related to messaging and communications between you and Roberta, correct?
That's right.
No, that was not personal.
Okay, I didn't mean that. I meant, I apologize for my misstatement. Communications between you and Roberta, correct?
Business related, yes.
Right. And then at 11:20 in the morning, just a few hours later, Jeremy's dead, right?
Yes.
Oh, motive? You can hide your lying eyes.
Let's talk about September 2nd, 2022. You had testified on direct that you had, your daughter had asked you a question, you responded around 8:48 in the morning, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You said at that point you then hung out at home, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Around 10ish, you went for a walk, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You said you,
All yeses?
Yes, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Yeah, the walk. He
you
went for the
said
walk.
you then
No
came
video of that
home,
walk.
isn't that right?
Yes.
And you said that you went to the gym around 12 o'clock,
Somewhere in
12:09,
there, yes.
correct? I think that's when you log in around 12:09.
That's when I checked in using my phone at Planet Fitness.
Okay. And that's the Planet Fitness that's on like Fort Apache and Charleston, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's kind of just down that road, right? Down, what's the road? So you live on Spanish Steps,
Correct.
and then the road to kind of make your way out to Piggott, what's that one called?
South Castle,
Okay. And then if you made a left to go by Piggott, what's that big road?
Red Hills.
Red Hills. And Red Hills can kind of get you up to that corner, right? Where the
You can
Planet
go through a
Fitness is.
roundabout. You can go north from there on Apple, and then you head east to get to Planet Fitness.
Okay. And I think what you had, before we do that, let me ask you this. So what car did you take to the gym?
The BMW.
All right. Oh, so it's kind of, what's the color? It's not quite gray. It's not quite brown.
I think it's brown.
A brownish color. It's kind of metallic-ish.
Right.
Okay. And you took that route that we just talked about. That's how you got to
98% guilty, 2% not guilty. Poll is over.
the gym.
Probably.
Okay, get ready.
Okay. Oh, another question. So, and we're circling back to something, but your belief is what's Jappy's role in the conspiracy? What exactly did he do?
I'm not certain to what extent, but obviously he's the one who initiated the surveillance that was done on me that went from, I believe it was August 16th all the way through September 7th. So despite his testimony also that they only do surveillance every other day, if you look at Cynthia Sauerland, the surveillance pages from that, you see that they're done back from, one day to the next. And when I requested that these surveillance logs be provided to me the first time, I received only 3.
Okay.
Then when I pointed out the fact that there was a surveillance log on September 6th that mentioned September 1, then lo and behold, now there was 4.
Okay.
I believe that there were actually surveillance logs for every single day, and they just weren't turned over to me. So I believe that, that Jappy knows that I didn't kill Mr. Gurman.
Okay.
Okay.
So do you think it's a little strange that if Jappy wanted to frame you for murder, he would clear you of all wrongdoings with the allegations of taking bribes?
I'm already here on this charge, so I don't think he needs to worry about another charge.
And so if the job's
Free my boy Billy Tibbetts. Free my boy Billy Tibbetts. If you know, you know.
done, why waste his time with Compass Realty?
In what sense?
Well, he testified that after you got arrested, he spent another 4 or 5 months investigating Compass Realty and then brought charges to the DA's office. Why do that?
So, and this is an interesting point, because if you
It is?
look, well, I guess you can't look, but the file into me was over 100 gigabytes in information. That's quite a bit of information. The file into Compass Realty was only 3 gigabytes worth of information. It appears it was just a token investigation, because again, he didn't do the stakeouts that we discussed. He very clearly said that he believed that this personal property,
You told him to do stakeouts and he said that he would and he didn't. Okay.
he was leaving the homes. And it's shown in 500 pleadings that, again, there was no personal property taken from these homes, no vehicles that were actually, I'm trying to finish answering your question, sir.
Okay.
There were no vehicles, again, that for which the titles were traced. He didn't investigate the issue with the homes being trashed ahead of time to lower their values so that they could almost double on the next sale. So, again, that's, as far as I'm concerned, when he refuses to do a legitimate investigation on me, again, I'm doing just 3 gigabytes worth of data. I think it was just a sham investigation. He didn't do any of those other things he promised he would do.
Sham. It was
Sir,
a sham
isn't it true you told
investigation.
us on direct examination, you bemoan the Attorney General's office for looking at your case for like a matter of a month and then just not doing anything with it? You did say that, right?
Nope.
You never complained about the Attorney General not taking your Compass Realty allegation seriously?
I did not bemoan and I did not complain.
Okay. Did you say they didn't take it seriously?
I didn't say they didn't take it
Did you
seriously.
say that they only looked at it for like a month or 2?
They only looked at it for a month.
Just a month?
Yeah.
And Jappy looked at it for 11.
Wow.
But again, he didn't do the things he promised.
Yes
he
or
would
no?
Oh,
He
he
looked at it
promised
for
me.
11 months.
do. Yes, but it was a sham investigation. It was a
Sham
bogus investigation.
Bogus.
Didn't do what he said he was going to do.
All right. Oh, let's talk about Zach. You like Zach, right?
Oh, Zach. We
You know,
love Zach.
I think he dislikes me more than I
The
dislike him. I
fashionista.
didn't really, personally, I didn't have qualms with him. I didn't,
Zach was the first one to shoe shame him.
he didn't waste my headspace.
Okay.
Waste my headspace.
And that's good to know. The disagreement that you had, do you really think it was like a total fallout over this Ottawa property?
I don't. No.
Okay, because to be honest, like you did continue to do business deals with Zach after Ottawa,
Yeah.
right?
I think what Zach was upset about,
Sir,
if I may.
sir, my question is yes or no?
Uh,
You continue to do business deals with Zach Schilling after the Ottawa sale.
Yes, absolutely.
And now at this time, I'm going to show opposing counsel what's been marked as 388, 389, 390, 391, 392.
There's a lot of headspace for sale. Aim for the win.
396. Sure.
He actually changed realtors because when I do my redirect, this is all going to be, I want to look at where he actually changed.
Clear to you?
Right.
Hold on.
When I do my redirect of
I want to
myself.
look at where he actually changed realtors because when I do my redirect, this is all going to become relevant.
Yeah, sure. Go for it. Review away. His grease pencil notes. He's got to take grease pencil notes and he can't read it because they're smeared. It's hot in Vegas. It's probably cold in the courtroom though.
Do you know what that is?
I do, but it doesn't say who the realtor was on this.
No, and I would turn your attention to 388.
Okay.
Look here at the bottom. Sure.
Yes.
388.
Mhm.
Does that help kind of help? I mean,
Sure.
look at the address.
Of course.
We got our address here,
Right.
and that corresponds to those documents. Do
Correct.
these appear to be like a listing agreement, kind of an order closing the sale of a certain property, a check going out to Mr. Schilling?
And yes.
And these all appear to be fair and accurate depictions of those,
And this is Ottawa.
the Ottawa
Right here.
property. Yep.
Mhm. And just let me write a note if I may.
Sure. Right away with your grease pencil.
And you're okay with this?
They've been already produced.
Well, chit
I'll
chat.
ask for admission of stage proposal, and then I want you to take a look at 394 and let me know if these appear to be
See what
listing
you did there?
agreements.
Done.
Yes, they are, sir.
Okay, no,
Yes, they are, sir.
okay, and those are fair and accurate depictions of those agreements, correct?
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Schilling?
Mhm.
Just 1 second. Sure.
Darlene, I think they've been fired. I think they're just there like as a like symbolically. It's like they're like the quiet quit. But the judge probably wouldn't let them off the case because it's mid-trial. It's almost the end of the trial. That's why he's testifying in a
So-
narrative form.
Ottawa was the property where you guys had some sort of disagreement about a valuation, right?
Yes, it was more little bit of sour grapes on his end, but yeah, no, it wasn't, as far as I was concerned, a big deal.
Right. So, but when we heard kind of cross questions and testimony from Zach about there being this disagreement, Ottawa is the one that we're talking about, correct?
Ottawa's the one where he felt like he was cheated, but that wasn't the case.
Understood. And just publishing 388, this was kind of the licensing agreement to bring Zach Schilling on, correct?
Right.
And if we look here, oh, okay, it's showing up there. Zach Schilling is there. Sorry, this one was kind of cut off. 389 is a court order that establishes that the sale was approved for this Ottawa property, correct?
Yes. Well, basically, it's just this is the deed after the docs have been finalized, everything's done.
Understood. And publishing 390, we'll do it backwards. But that's like a check that got cut to Zach in relation to this property, correct?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And the date on this is 3/22 of 2021, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so despite this disagreement, isn't it true that the public administrator's office continued to use Mr. Schilling for properties that you needed to have sold that came through the PA's office?
Yes, I never disputed that.
Okay. Well, I mean, we heard some testimony about like, oh, Zach didn't get a lot of business at Trail. I think Nicole may have said things like that, correct?
Right. And it's true that he actually had his business reduced, but I'll go into that.
Well, okay. So, but publishing 391. Oh, sorry. We're requesting that 391 through 396 be admitted to evidence.
I have an objection.
Thanks. So we've got here in 391 on June 8th of 2021. This is a deal with Zach, correct?
Right.
We've got another one here, 392.
Hey, Cat Randall, do not diss Vincent D'Onofrio. I love that guy.
612, another deal with Zach.
Right.
394, 716, another deal with Zach.
Yes, sir.
393, this is a 611, 2021 deal with Zach.
Right.
Publishing 395, 814, 2021, a deal with Zach.
Right.
Publishing 396, 10, 621, another deal with Zach.
Right.
All post-dating the big disagreement, correct?
It, again, was not a big disagreement. And as far as I was concerned, and the issue that he truly has with me will come later, and I can discuss that.
Okay.
No,
The bottom
don't
line
discuss
is
anything else.
money continued to flow from the public administrator's office to Zach Schilling for the work on these houses on these deals, correct?
Not nearly as much at a certain point, but yes.
My
But
question
yes.
is
Mhm.
All right.
Answer my damn question before I kill you. Before I wring your damn neck.
You mentioned you're a tech guy, right? A little bit of a techie.
I think you asked that before, yes.
Are
Mhm.
you an Apple guy or a Google person? When it comes to phones, what are you?
Well, I have a Google phone.
Okay. We've seen this timeline, right? We've seen this timeline on publishing stage 374.
Okay, get ready, everyone. Big stuff
Turn your
incoming.
Attention to this page. It's entries 23, 24, and 25. You covered these messages and calls from your wife on direct examination. Do you recall doing that?
Yes, sir.
I believe you had said that you were out walking around. You received this message, and then your wife called, and you just didn't want to get back to her, and that was kind of what happened with that. Is that correct?
Right. I was really close to home. I was going to walk in the door. So why? Or walk through the garage, I should say. And so why?
Right. And I think you said, "Honey, I'm home," right?
Something along those lines.
Because May was home at that time.
Right.
And that was just minutes later, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So there wasn't any concern. It was just a picture of your daughter in this call. You were just going to take care of it, right?
Right.
Okay. Nothing else?
As far as like messages and things go, or
Sounds like a trap.
Well, anything else you want to add to this, sir?
I don't think so.
Your wife doesn't have a Google phone, right? She have an Apple?
Yes.
And Apple's got all these crazy products. They've got what's the thing that you put on your wrist that kind of goes with your phone? What's that one called?
Some of the Apple Watch.
The Apple Watch. Does May have an Apple Watch?
She does.
Okay. Did you ever watch Steve Jobs' presentations when he would get up and say, just one more thing? You ever see him do that? And he drops like a new product or anything?
No.
Never seen that before?
Mm.
Okay. Well, let's take a look. I'm publishing I don't even know if I've shown this opposing counsel. This is just.
It's a pretty good zoom, right? We're zooming on his face. So when we don't want the split screen.
May I approach the witness?
Okay.
Let the record reflect on showing opposing witness 378. Stage proposed 378.
I haven't seen this yet, so real reaction.
Those appear to be the messages that we're looking at in that timeline, sir. Okay, and on the back of this is the very image that she sent to you. Would that be correct?
Right.
And that's a fair and accurate depiction of that thumbnail,
Mhm.
correct? And it's a fair and accurate depiction of what's up there in that timeline, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. At this time, we got permission to take stage 378.
No objection.
And
You just
you
laid the
talked about
foundation.
these. I think you told us before on cross that these messages, they weren't hacked or anything like that from the police. Like these were the messages, right?
Right.
Okay.
Ah.
We're now going to publish 378. So this message, if you could, please tell me what is the time. Oh, it's kind of cut up a little bit. What time is that message sent?
At 10:36 a.m.
Okay, on September the 2nd, is that
Correct.
right? Then we have this other little blurb. It doesn't actually have anything there, but what is the time on that?
10:36.
What is it? You can't see it.
And then we have on this following page another message at 3:16. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
I think she's kind of talking about how much, she's selling some cards and making some money, something like that, correct?
Right.
And you immediately kind of respond within a minute to her at around 3 o'clock, correct?
Right.
But you don't do anything here, correct? Because it's just a random message and there's no need to, nothing's being asked of you, right?
Right.
It's just a random message.
Right.
And, you'll just take care of it when you walk in the door, right?
Pretty much.
What is it? I need to know. Don't tell me.
Showing opposing counsel what's been marked as stage proposed 379 through 387.
Do we need to watch his face too? Oh, they're not showing his face. They're not showing Draskovich's face. Oh. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. He's like, you sunk my battleship. I don't know what this is. He's laughing. Oh, he's laughing. Warning, warning, warning. Will Rogers, warning. And maybe this is why Draskovich is not doing the direct examination. He didn't want to suborn perjury, but he looks surprised by this. Yeah. No, don't tell me, but I can't make it bigger. I made it as big as I possibly could because they have the split screen. So
Before I approach, I'm just going to ask you one more time. You didn't delete anything off your phone on September 2nd of 2022, did you, sir?
Not that I recall.
oh, I think he did.
Now we're going to approach the stage proposed 379 through 387. Why don't you take a look at those?
Oh, it looks like Matt McCabe when he got shown those group text messages that he did not know existed.
Okay.
Okay. Sir, do those appear to be messages that we just looked at from maybe some other device that we were just looking at through your text messages or your timeline?
Yeah.
Let me see if I can make it bigger. Hang on. Oh, this is so exciting. Is this a gotcha moment? Okay. Ready.
Do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of those messages?
Except there's an additional message.
Right, there's an additional message. That's your wife's Apple Watch, isn't it?
It is.
Okay, and that's a fair and accurate depiction of what that watch looks like, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
And with the exception of the one message that's off, everything else seems to be a fair and accurate depiction of your communication on that day that you were just telling us about on the timeline. Isn't that right?
So it seems, yes.
Okay. At this time, we'd ask for the admission. States proposed 379 through 387.
You could approach.
Oh, they're going to approach. So are they going to tell us what it is?
They're admitted into evidence. Okay, they're admitted into evidence.
Sir, you maintained that on the morning, September 2nd, 2022, you were at home, correct?
Right, except for when I went to take a walk.
You deny going over to 7216 Bronx Circle, correct?
Yes, sir.
Publishing 379. That is your wife's Apple Watch, correct?
I mean, it's got a picture of my daughter on it, so I'd have to assume that it is.
No. That's the same picture you just told us about from your text messages, isn't it?
Yes,
And it's at 10:35, correct?
yes,
It says Friday, correct?
yes,
It also says Rob up in the corner, correct?
yes.
Right.
I'm now publishing 380. Please read to this jury, what does it say underneath that photograph?
It says, where are you?
Where are you? You told us you were at home.
I did not. I said, actually, when I got the messages, I was still on my walk.
Sir, is it your testimony that you were at home on the day in that morning?
Not the entire morning, no. And
Okay.
I said that to you,
And let
sir.
me ask you this question. That message isn't on your phone, is it?
It isn't. I mean,
So the answer
if
is no.
it was
It's not
sent,
on your-
it
it's not on your phone.
should have been,
One
but
at a time, one at a time,
Sir?
please.
Yes or no? That message isn't on your phone.
why it isn't, I wouldn't know because it
I
apparently
didn't
it's
ask
not.
you why.
It's not on my wife's phone either.
Sir, I didn't ask you why. I asked you a yes or no question. That message is not on your phone, correct?
Bang,
From
bang.
what you showed me, it is not.
Bang, bang.
And you were in possession of your phone on that day, correct?
On that day, yes.
And you, as the owner of the phone, have the ability to save messages and delete messages, correct?
Yes.
Because the person who holds the phone controls the information, correct?
At that moment, yes.
Right. And she's asking, where are you? Right?
Yes.
At that same time, at 10:30 in the morning, we've seen video surveillance of a car that you say looks just like mine driving in Mr. Garman's neighborhood, correct?
That is correct.
Oh, I think they sunk your battleship. Where are
Sir, if
you?
left your phone at home, you wouldn't have been able to respond to that message, correct? If you were not next to it, correct?
I think that's speculative, but you're
If you
saying
left
if,
your house and left your phone at home on the morning of September 2nd, and your wife's texting you, where are you? You wouldn't have been able to respond to that, correct?
but I did not.
I didn't ask you that. If you were not in your house on September 2nd in the morning, and your wife sent you a message with a phone you had left at home, it would have been impossible for you to answer that question, correct?
I mean,
Again,
Yeah.
He can answer.
Yep.
I'll
Yeah.
ask you again.
again, that would have been if in fact that was the case, if in fact I left my phone at home, then sure, yes.
I have no further questions for this witness.
You deleted it.
We need to end early today, so we're gonna conclude for the day. Can I get turns of close just so we can talk about tomorrow's start time?
He deleted a message from his phone. So perhaps that is around the time that he was with his wife. I mean, with his wife's car in Gehrman's house. He said he was home, except for the time he went for a walk. Where are you? Location data coming? He deleted her. Where are you? But wouldn't they, when they did the extraction of his phone, wouldn't they still be able to retrieve the deleted messages? Just like they did on, you know, Jen McCabe. He deleted off his wife's phone too, but the Apple Watch has its own memory. Wait, did they say what time they're starting tomorrow? No, they just cut it off? Well, that was a finale.
At this time, we are going to conclude for the day. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in the way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication, or social media, read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case, do any research, consult dictionaries, the internet, or reference materials, do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case till it's finally submitted to you. We're going to start tomorrow morning at 9:30. So same thing, Officer Hawks will greet you and he'll bring you in. Thank you very much for your time and attention. You are excused till tomorrow morning at 9:30.
9:30. Thank you, Mahela. Thank you, Mahela. And that's it. That's all we got. That's all, folks. That's all she wrote. That is all she wrote. What do you guys think? What do you think really happened? Wow, patriotic. I hope you and your whole entire family were here. And hello to you and your whole entire family. Your family group text I hear is about me on the mornings when I was 9:30 tomorrow. It's early. So that means 12:30 Eastern. We'll be here for that. Or should we start a little bit late? I don't know. I think we kind of got to do the redirect tomorrow. His goose is so cooked, says Magnolia Gypsy. Like, not even funny cooked. Thank you so much, Colleen Elizabeth, for your super sticker. Jenna B and Joanne for becoming new members. Jennifer, for your super sticker. You guys amaze me each and every day with your so kind and generous contributions to me and to this channel, and your love for each other is just amazing. And see if there's anybody else we need to thank here. You guys are rocking it. This has been a very long day for all of us, but I couldn't have done it without you guys. So thank you so much. Hit the like button on your way out. Hit the subscribe button. It's free. I'm in a personal quest to beat the Neapolitan in subscriber count. So please, yeah, he deleted it off his phone, but it was captured on his wife's Apple Watch. He might have deleted it off her watch too, but then they got an extraction of her phone. But we're gonna have to wait till tomorrow for perhaps some more on this. We shall see. Thank you so much, my friends. Love you all so very much. See you tomorrow. Make sure you hit the bell so you'll know. And remember, as I always say to end every stream, be cool, be kind, be classy. It is not hard, really. It is so not hard. Just don't be a jerk. Peace.